Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development, or BCHRD, and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resource Research and Development, or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli Simmons or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities. This is Bicol University. Bicol University, or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUP Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management, or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969, following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUP accredited academic programs, with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development, or BCHRD, and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resource Research and Development, or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli Simmons or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities. This is Bicol University. Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUP accredited academic programs, with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED-recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development or BCHRD and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli-Symonds or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities. This is Bicol University. Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUP accredited academic programs, with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED-recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development or BCHRD and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli-Symonds or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities.
This is Bicol University.
Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUP accredited academic programs with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED-recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development or BCHRD and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli-Symonds or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities.
This is Bicol University.
Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUP accredited academic programs, with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED-recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development or BCHRD and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli Simmons or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities.
This is Bicol University.
Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUP accredited academic programs, with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED-recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development or BCHRD and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli Simmons or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities.
This is Bicol University.
Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUP accredited academic programs with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED-recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development or BCHRD and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli Simmons or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities.
This is Bicol University.
Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUP accredited academic programs, with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development or BCHRD and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli Simmons or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities.
This is Bicol University.
Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor.
Now. So at this point, I would like to request everyone to please stand for the community prayer to be given by President Rodel Francisco, the Second Councilor State Presidency, and kindly remain standing hereafter for the community, for the Philippine National Anthem.
celebration of the National Family Week. We are grateful for in heaven family that we have, for all the wonderful blessings we receive from you every day. We are grateful for our friends who are with us this morning, especially the honorable cousins and moderators for their willingness to share their expertise para magtulungan po ang bawat pamilya na maging matatag, maging handa sa pagharap ng sa anumang hamon ng buhay sa panahon na ito. We pray this time na lesson po kami sa guidance ng Holy Ghost na siyang manguna sa lahat ng gagawin ito na sa pamamagitan ng sa tulong ng mga experts na ngayon ay mas lalo naming mapatatag ang aming pamilya at sa lahat ng aspekto sa buhay, emotionally, spiritually, financially, at sa iba pa pong bagay para mas lalong maging masaya ang bawat pamilya, lalo na dito sa aming lugar. Inihiling po namin na huwag po kaming pababayaan sa lahat na aming ginagawa sa araw-araw at naway mangibabaw sa aming mga puso ang pagmamahal sa bawat isa sa lahat ng oras at sa anumang mga ginagawa namin. At lalo-lalo na po ang respeto sa bawat tao na aming mga nakakasakit. Huwag mo po kaming pababayaan at patuloy po kaming gabayan, lalo-lalo po sa buong mga hapon na ito na ang
agency of this church, President Rodel Francisco, the guests from the different agencies, the participants, to our Vice President for Research, Development and Extension, representing our President, Dr. Marisa Australia, to the representatives of the different agencies, to our moderators, participants, and to the other participants who are coming later. Good morning to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure to be involved in this kind of activity. As Ma'am Cathy said, we are family. And as family, we do not just look at blood relations. We do not only see family as having children, as having relatives, but we see family as a group of people because we love each other. So I can say that this event this morning is not only an interfaith event. This is also an interagency because we are all from the academy, from the civic communities, from the religious communities. I can see there Father Rahwana, and other agencies. And so coming together means that we come together for a common purpose, and that is to talk about family. Maybe to relive, to recall the essence of the family, what family really is. And I think it is very timely considering what is happening around us, the influence of social media and everything. There is a need really for us to see the essence of family. And so, in behalf of Bicol University, I would like to this activity that has been conceptualized both by the family of the Church of Jesus Christ, or Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and in cooperation with the Academy, Bicol University, particularly the CSSP and the College of Education, and the other agencies. So thank you for this opportunity, and I hope this will just be a beginning of the many other activities that we will have in connection with some worthwhile endeavors in support of our family. So to everyone, good morning and welcome to this forum. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So for the participants that we have for this morning, I would like to welcome, of course, let me get the new participants. We have 10 participants from EU, headed by our VP for Research, and the rest of the faculty and MAGC students for Bicol University Graduate School. We also have one representative from DepEd, from the Latter-day Saints. We also have several participants from the Philippine Army, headed by Captain Estares. We also have two from the Diocese of Legazpi. Of course, we would like to acknowledge Father Rex Armona. Then from Barangay 15, we have four, and the rest of the NGOs, I think, who are also here. But let me also inform everyone that since we are having it live stream on FB page for review, so we have made it as a requirement for our students, especially for the BS Eval and Education, to watch this particular event since Family Values is closest to our curriculum and this is our major. So with that, we would like to welcome everyone and thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
So to those watching, thank you also for being with us virtually. And gaya po na sinabi kanina, welcome also to the family. So at this point, we will have the introduction of our keynote speaker. I would like to request Dr. Amelia Durosan to introduce our keynote speaker.
Maray na aga po sa inyo kabos. Nakulaan po ang samong pasasalamat na aniyon kamo niyan sa samuyang event dito sa Bicol University in partnership with the different agencies of government and sa mga iba-iba pong religious organization. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa support ng state presidency sa church, sa pagtabang sa muya na ma-organize po ini with Bicol University. And of course, we also would like to thank, of course, Bicol University. Madali sa. Dahil nag-open na sa yun yung physical digital. Gusto naman po magpasalamat kay Father Rex Armona, as in kay Pastor Hetosis, Joven Hetosis, as in sa mga officials ng Bicol University, of course si President Benji, at saka si Ma'am Lorna, at saka si Attorney Alex, Dean ng Colleges of Education, saka College of Social Sciences and Philosophy, sa inyong pag-approve ng event na ini. Hopefully, ang mapuno na po ang kawan, dahil nagbubukas sa kuyang ang samuya kong presidente, ang pangalan niya si Dr. David Boy Benjamin Negres III. Hali po siya sa Camarines Norte, namundag siya sa Camarines Norte. Aki pa po siya alagad, very strong and sa iyang desire na magtabang para promulgate ang education dito sa Bicol University. As in, pasensya na rin nagbubukas. Ayun ko. Ang sa iyo pong magayon na vision is for a vision for humanity. Mamaya siguro isasabi ni Madam Maris. Naging president po siya ng Bicol University na taon. Nag-start po siya sa iyang pagsilbi hanggang March 9, 2023. Naging estudyante po siya ng BU, nag-graduate man po siya sa Sociology Department. Kaya ang sa iyang puso, arami sa mga mga topics about the family. In fact, magaling po kung ano siya, agad mayo po siya dahil nag-attend po siya ng event sa House of Senate ni Anlao para sa budget ng Bicol University. Aki pa po siya, nasa 48 years old. 47 years old. Siya ang pinaka-aki na naging presidente ng Bicol University. Magsaserve siya sa PU for 4 years. And, he will continue until it is done for 8 years. Dakulaon ang sa iyang legacy na itatao sa tuya bilang presidente ng PU as in bilang sociologist. Alam niyo po, sa puso niya ang pamilya. In fact, he is married. He has a daughter. Nakastay po sinda sa daet niya. Kasi sa iyang wife, nagtatrabaho mo po sa Department of Education. Ngunyan kong aga, in-representan siya kan Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension sa kuya kong close na amiga, si Madam Dr. Marisa Estrella. Siya po naging Dean ng College of Agriculture and Forestry sa Ginubatan. Magkasabay-sabay kami kay ni Ma'am Maris, kami siya ang Dean ng College of Agriculture and Forestry para ma-develop itong college na ito ang time na siya ang Dean. Ako man kay ito subi before admin. Kaya very close po ang sa muyang working relationship ni Ma'am Maris. Ngunyan, siya nagsiserve bilang Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension. Siya ang sa tuyang officer in charge niya sa Bicol University. Nagpapasalamat kami dahil pag duman sa iya about interfaith forum for the family, readily nagsabi siya, yes, we will support you, Ami, and I know that this is a noble endeavor. So, siya po nagsilbi man bilang director ng Bicol Consortium for Agricultural Research and Development, Divisa Bicol. Siya po ang consortium Divisa Bicol Region, hali dyan sa UST PICARD. Ang mandato po ninda sa PICARD, sa PICARD, ay ipalagana ang agrikultura Divisa Bicol Region. Kaibanan ang mga iba't-ibang eskwelahan as in institusyon na nagtatabang para sa pagpromulgar ng agrikultura sa Bicol. So, dahil ko na po yun, gusto ko pong i-present sa inyo ang sa mong keynote speaker. Sa itong keynote speaker mo nilandaw, si President Baby Boy Benjamin Negres, as nire-representan po ni Dr. Marisa Estrella.
Sa inyo, boss? Nakikilig si mama. Sorry naman. Okay. Sige na ako ng konti. Anyway, kasi po I'm inspired with the beautiful faces in front of me. Lahat nakangiti. Okay po. Napakaganda po talaga ng araw na ito para sa ating lahat. And I am really so blessed because you have given us, Bicol University, the opportunity to collaborate with you for this activity. So please allow me po to read the message prepared by our President, who is at Malacanang at this moment. Okay po. So, the keynote address of President Negres, the Filipino family, dynamics, issues, and challenges. So, to our sisters and brothers, our family in faith, the community of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, especially to our former Vice President for Academic Affairs, who is one of my idols in Bicol University. And of course, in my life, kasi nga sabi ni Ma'am talaga naman po may pinagsamahan kami. Okay. Dr. Amelia Edrosan and her equally brilliant but humble better half, President Rodriguez Rodrigo R. Dorosan, State President, Legazpi, Philippine State, President Rodel Francisco, Second Councilor, State Presidency, Honorato Pizarro, First Councilor, State Presidency, and Joshua Empangan, State Young Men President, Legazpi, Philippine State, Pastor Joven B. Hitosis of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Reverend Father Rex, Paul B. Arjona, Parish Priest, St. Croix Taisan Parish, President and CEO of the SEDP Simbag sa Pag-Asenso, Incorporated, Diocese of Legazpi. The resource persons from the Department of Social Welfare and Development, the Department of Health, the Department of Education, the military and guest participants from Bicol University, my Bicol University family, from the College of Education headed by Ma'am Lorna Minya, and the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy, faculty, non-teaching staff, and personnel, dear students, isang makahulugan at mabiyayang araw po sa inyong lahat. Today is truly a significant moment for Bicol University, and I regret that I cannot be physically present to listen, interact, and share with everyone this meaningful and blessed occasion, the first Interfaith Family Forum program. Looking at your guest list, I'm not even sure if I could be at par with the depth and experiences of those invited to be the resource persons and discussants in today's meaningful program. However, by virtue of being the dear president of your partner institution, I hope I will be able to shed light on the family, Filipino family, dynamics, issues, and challenges from a personal and sociological perspective. Kapag usaping pamilya, alam ng lahat iyan. Ano man ang relihiyon na sinusunod, lahat may pamilya at alam kung ano ang pamilya. Sociologically speaking, the family generally operates on the Filipino family dynamics has changed over time. From being close-knit, extended, and even intergenerational, we are now seeing transnational families, where family members are living in different countries, especially the parents. In a study by Masana Family Life towards a comprehensive family-oriented counseling program published in 2021, it cited that Filipino families are in transition. This means that as society changes, the technology advances, and so does the family. I came from a family with a head as an overseas Filipino worker, OFW ang tatay ko. He is an engineer who has worked for a long time abroad, away from his family. Growing up, I got used to the idea of my mother assuming the role of head of the family. The single head of the family household is prevalent in our society. The Filipino diaspora, as evidenced by the number of OFWs across the globe, reflects households with either the heads of the families working or its members. This means the idea of physical presence and completeness, which was the original concept of family prior to the increase in overseas workers in the Philippines around the late 60s and 70s, is no longer the norm. Estimated data shows that from 978,000 in 2000 to 1,825, rather 1,825,026 in 2021, the numbers of overseas Filipino workers have steadily increased. Wala pa dyan ang mga unaccounted or undocumented migrant workers. Bawat numero, bawat bilang ng OFWs ay bilang ng isang pamilya na kulang sa pagiging buo o kumpleto. This results to families where grandparents raise children for absentee parents. The Philippine Center for Population Development calls it the skip generation families. Although the digitalization and the advancement in communications and technology has helped bridge the gap of absence, still, technology has caused an adverse impact to family development. Citing a report in 2017 by the Philippine Daily Inquirer, Mananda 2021 mentioned that Filipinos spend an average of 4 hours and 17 minutes per day on social media. 4 na oras at 17 minuto na mag-Facebook, mag-Snapchat, and Twitter. Further, 40% of kids under 2 years old have used a smartphone or tablet, and 2% of 8 years and above have used smartphone or tablet. Philippine Daily Inquirer, that's 2017. This means that even though contemporary technology bridges the gap between transnational families in terms of communication, excessive time spent in social media may harshly affect the quality of relationships among families. Looking at the context of family from the faith dimension, allow me to bring your attention to the head of the Roman Catholic Church. Pope Francis, when he addressed the participants last year during the plenary session of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, reflect the current realities affecting the families. He said, social changes are altering the living conditions of marriage and families all over the world, and that prolonged and multiple crises are putting a strain on family life. Pope Francis then proposes the importance of rediscovering the value and beauty of family life, despite changes and prolonged crises affecting all families. We need the concept of family as a place of welcome, acceptance, faith, and love. It is within the confines of the family where our values are developed and virtues are honed and molded. Whatever kind of family we have, foster, adoptive, nuclear, extended, with special children or one, even the dysfunctional, the family is our way to sanctity, virtue, and holiness. Let me conclude by saying that the God I know was born in an extremely ordinary family, a migrant's family, having fled Egypt, resulting from persecution. He grew with a carpenter father and a mother who perhaps in those times has a tainted reputation. His was not a perfect family. As he grew up, nobody believed he could amount to anything. After all, he was just the carpenter's son. But what they lacked in material things and comfort was more than compensated by their faith, love, and constant prayer, geared towards becoming a holy family. We are not perfect, but we are called to strive for perfection. We are not holy, but if we are to see the family and be armed with beyond blood, beyond ties, as we extend it and become family to the lost, the least, and the last. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig. Diyos mabalos po sa inyong lagos.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Marvis. Yung kanya pong sinabi, thank you very much, Ma'am Marvis. Yung kanya pong sinabi, thank you very much, Ma'am Marvis. Yung kanya pong sinabi, thank you very much, Ma'am Marvis. Yung kanya pong sinabi, thank you very much, Ma'am Marvis. Yung kanya pong sinabi, thank you very much, Ma'am Marvis. Kabataan ngayon. Dahil po dyan, mas greater po yung challenge. Kaya dun po sa mga nanonood, I would like to emphasize, we need to revisit our view of and the meaning of families. Because truly, at the end of everything, we will always go back to our home and our family. So at this point, nandito na po tayo sa mga bagay na napaka-importante. Meron po tayong very short video on mga bagay na napaka-importante. Meron na tayong very short video on mga bagay na napaka-importante. Meron na tayong very short video on mga bagay na napaka-importante. Meron na tayong very short video on mga bagay na napaka-importante. Meron na tayong very short video on mga bagay na napaka-importante. Meron na tayong very short video on mga bagay na napaka-importante. Meron na tayong very short video on mga bagay na napaka-importante. Meron na tayong very short video on mga bagay na napaka-importante. Meron na tayong very short. So, what matters most po sa inyong lahat? Your family. Your family, no? Whether it be your child, whether it be your spouse, whether it be both your child or your spouse, whether it be your parents. At the end of the day, daw, sabi nila, the material things that we have, they are only instruments for us to make the lives of the people that matter most to us convenient and to give them what is meaningful to them.
Ito na.
Ayan na po.
Saan? Ito na sa inyo?
Okay, so habang po hinahanap nila, ay hindi po ako pwedeng kumanta. Baka po ma-discover tayo, mahirap na. Hindi na po tayo makakapag-MC kasi multiple bookings na po yan. Tapos hindi na po tayo pwede niyan magturo. Ay, isang military daw po, may willing kumanta. Ano po ba? Wala. Pero seriously, habang po sinasabing hinahanap nila yan, so ayun na po yung video. This time, let's look at the things that matters most.
I think that among the greatest lessons we learn in this short sojourn upon the earth are lessons that help us distinguish between what is important and what is not. And what is most important. I believe that among the greatest lessons we're to learn in this short sojourn upon the earth are lessons that help us distinguish between what is important and what is not. And what is most important almost always involves the people around us. Often we assume that they must know how much we love them, but we should never assume. We should let them know. Wrote William Shakespeare, "They do not love that do not show their love." Despite the changes which come into our lives, may we fill our days as much as we can with those things which matter most. May we cherish those we hold dear and express our love to them in word and in deed. Send that note to the friend you've been neglecting. Give your child a hug. Give your parents a hug. Say, I love you more. Always express your thanks. Never let a problem to be solved become more important than a person to be loved.
So, importante po yung today. Kasi we're never certain if we get to wake up tomorrow. Today is what is important. Ano po? So, now to set the objectives and mechanics of the panel discussion and forum, I would like to call in the faculty of BUCSSB, Professor Crisitita Perez.
So good morning to all of you. This morning I'm tasked to give the objectives and the mechanics of the experiential sharing discussion, courtesy of the BUCSSB Sociology Department. So foremost, it is hoped that this activity shall serve as a platform and avenue for the interfaith community to harmoniously come together and shed light on the realities of family life in the midst of changing times and perspectives. It is also the objective of the aforementioned to be able to present said matters to the community for people to see their respective stance and or foothold on issues that beset their respective families and hopefully could entice and inspire them to walk extra mile in creating ripples of positive change within themselves and their families. For the mechanics, of course, the morning session shall be an experiential sharing discussion on family dynamics, issues, and challenges, a sort of a talk show if you're familiar with it. Specifically, the experiential sharing discussion shall zoom in on the following questions to include the challenges typically faced by families, how families would overcome these challenges, the lessons learned by the sharers and by their respective families, and of course the ways in which they could do better to cope with changing times and perspectives. There shall be parent representatives who shall form part of the experiential guest sharers. We hoped that there would be student representative, children representatives, but unfortunately because of some circumstances they were not able to be here with us. Anyway, I'm pretty sure our parent representatives, guests, will be able to shed light on matters pertaining to relevant to family issues. So the moderator shall pose the aforementioned questions to the guest sharers, and the latter are expected to share their experiences along said issues. After the brief experiential sharing on the part of the guest sharers, the moderator shall give the floor to the members of the panel, comprised of members of the interfaith community and or church, and those from the academy, for the latter to give their stance or respective insights on issues and or matters related or shared by the guest sharers. Of course, the audience is expected to listen, be silent, show respect, and refrain from unnecessary and uncalled for comments, reactions, gestures throughout the activity. Thank you so much.
So, dito na po tayo sa exciting part. Di ba may mga ganyan sa TV? Exciting part na po ito. So, kanina nakaupo ako, pinapakinggan ko yung sabi ni Ma'am Nani. Sabi ko, kung ako ay mag-host sa talk show na ito, ang tawag ko sa segment na ito ay Hugot ng Puso para sa Puso. Tama po ba? Dahil ang kasabang pamilya ay kumikiliti sa puso ng bawat isa. At ang kanilang ibabahagi din ay galing din sa kanilang puso at karanasan. So, pero hindi po ako ang talk show host ninyo. So, let me introduce your talk show host. We have another faculty member from the DUCSSP, Professor Glenton Guevara.
Okay, good morning everyone. I'm Glenn and I actually honored to host this sharing of our invited guests for this morning activity. This is actually the 31st celebration of the National Family Week. Okay, just to give an orientation to our students, particularly who are actually watching via Facebook. This is actually part of the declaration of the former President FDR of giving importance and value to the Filipino family. And I think the Philippine Constitution basically affirms and recognizes the very importance and the value of the Filipino family. For this year's theme, I think hindi nabanggit namin kanina, the theme is about pamilyang Pilipino, pagtugon sa nagbabagong pananaw at panahon. It is actually very timely because I think our families nowadays are being challenged, of course, the external factors and also the internal factors. This morning, we are lucky because we will be joined on stage, and I'm honored to introduce and call on one by one our participants and, or should I say, sharers, okay, experiential sharers of course, of their kwento, yung kwento ng kanilang pamilya. So, let me call in the first sharer. We have a retired teacher from Bicol University, a mother of 5, a widow with 4 grandchildren. She has worked for almost 40 years in the Bicol University and outside Bicol University as teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mrs. Professor Lisa Baldo Alvarado. Lisa, please join us here. And our second sharer is a mother also of 2, a widow, and is working at Bicol University as, of course, the acting admin officer. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here Mrs. Juan Pajardo Rio. And likewise, I think we have via Zoom, virtual, another mother. We have via Zoom, I think, Mrs. Professor Jocelyn Serrano, of course, a mother of 5. And currently she is the Dean of the College of Science, Bicol University. And last of our invited guests is the couple. Let me introduce Mr. Henry Benito Miranda, of course, from La Union, and a father of 1, a business person, and he is joined by her lovely wife, Ma'am Shirley Shai Broma Miranda, also a business owner. So please join me here on stage. Sige po. I will give you the microphone. Sige, habang hinihintay natin yung ating Kasamahan. Okay. Sige po. Dito na po kayo sa gitna, ma'am. Okay, para at least may umupo din dyan. Anyway, thank you for granting our invitation to be with us this morning. You know, we are celebrating the 31st National Family Week, and this is actually a very relevant occasion. As oriented a while ago by Professor Perez, there are actually challenges that our families today are actually facing. So I think we are all interested to hear from you of what are some of these challenges that your own family is actually facing today. So probably we could start, or we would like to volunteer or they start. Yeah. So we are actually, I think we are very interested to hear from Lisa. Okay.
May ako lang ako, tumamigal po ako.
You use of direct languages.
How many minutes? Paki-alarm na lang po.
Yeah.
Narinig ng kabuya.
Just a brief
So,
description.
day, yan, number of minutes.
Opo, sige po na. Feel free.
So, sinurat ko sa mga ako tabak ko. So, sabi nila, what challenges did you face in your family? So, anong mga kalipisinan na nasa batan ko? By the way, solo parent po ako. Iyo po. So, may mga mga kalipisinan na nasa batan ko is, paano magpadakula kay ate na solo ka sa laog ng harong? So, sinusunudan sa mga ate ko halos. Tapos nagtutugdo ako. So, aki ko piguan ko sa susaro sa Child Minding Center sa DSWD for 15 pesos a day. Susaro ko aki. Mako ako kikatawag minsan day kung gusto na musip so aki na may kulot da sila. So, di ako nalumanan kundi, piguan na tukunogan sa harong. All the working man sa yung mga magurang. Pero at least, tuloy sa niya ako si Papa na wala ko naman. And dahil kulang the financial resources, there was a time na I had to go abroad. I decided to go to, I will not say the country, one of the Asian countries. I find a study, live without pay sa video. Sabi ko, probaran ko daw. Thinking na ang pagtrabaho sa harayo, yun ang solusyon. But unluckily, sad to say, 3 months lang po ako naman. Today ko lang gusto nangyari. So nagbalik ako sa video. And since walang father image, as po yung mga aki, nagpasalamat ako. Tanya ako sa ama ko na at least, ipisip mag ako kung may father image kasi mas marayo po ang talagang may ama at may ina. So, ang challenge ko, paano pagpa-eskwela ito lima? Sumatuwa ko sa UP Los Baños. So, sabi ko, hindi na sa napunta, kundi insistent siya. Paano, tatawag ko, dire-diretso na siya. Hindi mo na-overcome ini. O, dyan eh.
Later, we'll proceed to the question. Probably we can address first the person.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So, yun. Ang financial, no? Paano ma-meet ang needs ng mga auntie at pero ang financial resources? So, mawalang pagpakaon, no? So, pagpadakula sa inyo. So, pagpamimig kang, faith sa mga auntie. Kasi busy ako bilang magurang. Na siyempre how to make both ends meet. So kung God, sa solution naman na niya, ako sa solution ko, yun lang po.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Lisa. Shall we hear from Miss Juan?
Good morning po. Sir, please allow me kasi nag-prepare ako na one. Hindi naman po siya kanong gusto ko na lang po ito i-share sa lahat.
panganay kong anak, Mami, what is life? Hindi ko inaasahan ng ganitong tanong, lalo siya ay 9 years old noon. Ang unang sagot na pumasok sa isip ko noong tanong niya ay, life is buhay. Ang buhay ay tungkol sa paghina at paglaki. Hanggang sa nasabi ko pa na ang buhay ay ang kalagayan na meron bagsak sa dugo niya. At panghuli, sinabi ko sa kanya na siya at ang kapatid niya ang buhay ko. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Diyos maray na ako po sa kabos. Naawag ko ay President na Pinisita, kinausap ni Ma'am Ami para imbitahan sa aksyon ito. Hindi po ako agad nakapag-desisyon. Madaming what ifs or paano ko na tanong na lumitaw sa aking isipan. Hanggang sa ipinaalam ko sa aking mga kapatid na ako ay may invitasyon para magbahagi ng aking buhay sa ng aking anak. Positibo sila at suportahan nila ako ngayon kung ano man daw ang aking maging desisyon. Maganda daw po na makapag-inspire ako sa kagaya kong single parent. Kaya po ako nandito ngayon. Ako po si Johan, 43 years old, balo, at may 2 anak na lalaki. Ang pangalan ko po ay 10 years old na, at siya ay nasa grade 5. Ang puso ko po ay 3 taon mo lang pa 2 taon mo akong balo nang dahil sa coronavirus disease 2019 o COVID-19. Kasama ko kami sa dagos ng mga pamilyang nawala ng mahal sa buhay dahil sa epidemya. Hindi man lang po kami umabot ng 1 dekada ng aking asawa. Ang buhay namin noon, kahit mahirap, okay lang, basta sama-sama at kompleto. Hindi pa po siya regular sa trabaho noon hanggang sa mawala siya dito sa Butong Ibabaw. Wala pa po kami naipunta na kahit ano para sa kinabukasan ng aming mga anak. Kasi pinagkakasya po namin ang aming sweldo sa pang-araw-araw na gastusin at pangangailangan ng aming mga anak. Nung buhay pa ang aking nakita lamang po kami sa kanyang bahay. At ngayon, nakikipisan po kami sa aking mga binan sa Sorsogon. Sa kadahilan wala ko akong hanap na mag-aalaga sa baby ko habang ako nagtatrabaho. Araw-araw kami ng aking anak, panganay, nagko-commute papuntang school at trabaho. 1 oras ang biyahe bago kami makarating sa school at makauwi. Sa pagkawala ko ng aking asawa, mag-isa ko pong inako ang pagiging ama at ina sa 2 anak. Hindi naging madali para sa akin. Sa kadahilan noong nabubuhay pa siya, siya ang gumawa ng lahat. Naglalaba, nanghamig, nagluluto, at iba pang mihay ng bagay po. Ang ginagawa ko lang po noon, pag-alaga ng bata at paghugas ng bede ng bata. Hindi ko ako halos doon nakakatulog o dalawin ng antok paggabi. Araw-araw, inugugol ko lahat ng oras ko sa gawaing bahay at pag-aalaga sa aking puso. At inaabot ko ako noon ng 2:00 ng madaling araw. Pag matutulog ako noon, saka na magigising ng aking bunsong anak para magbede o magpahelil. May mga pagkakataon na walang tulugan na po talaga kasi 11 months old pa lang po siya that time na nawala ang asawa ko. Hindi ko ako agad bumalik doon sa trabaho matapos maibig ang aking asawa. Buti lang po, may mga naiwan akong leave balances na kahit absent ako, makakapagsweldo po pa rin ako. Mahirap pag solo buhay, may mga anak na kailangan buhayin, lalo na ngayon na may special need ang aking bunso. Base sa resulta ng developmental assessment, may ASD ang aking anak. Hindi pa po siya halos nakakapagsalita. Panibagong hamon ulit sa akin dahil kailangan niya ang tinatawag na early intervention o maaming solusyon para makapabuhay ng problema sa hinaharap. Kailangan ko magbayad halos ng linggo-linggo sa loob ng 4 na linggo para sa kanyang therapy. May mga pagkakataon wala naman aking wallet, pero may mga makakasalubong ako sa daan or kung saan. Kung hindi pinsan, kaibigan na magpapakingkip para padagdag sa pagkain ng dalawang bata. May mga pagkakataon din na yung mga dating kaklase at kaibigan ng asawa ko, magme-message na bigla at kukumusahin kami at sabay sabi, send mo siya account mo para padaghan ko kayo ng kahit konti para sa mga bata. At kung walang kayo na pangyayari, nagdonasyon na po ako sa aking mga kapatid. And sabi ko na wala pa akong pabili ng gatas para sa anak ko. At isa sa kanila, magpapalag ko ang binibiro sa amin. May mga tao din po na tuwing makakasalubong ko sa daan o kahit saan, palagi silang namumusta, pinapakita sa nag-aalala o inaalala nila kami. Isa din po yun sa mga bagay na nakakapagaan sa aking kiramdam. Si Ma'am Ami po, every time na nakikita ko siya, she never fails to ask me, how are you? Kahit ang sagot ko po sa kanya ay mostly tango or naging head. Pero it means so much to me po. Thank you po, Ma'am Ami, for that. I appreciate it po. Umabot ako sa punto na tinatanong ko na si Papa Guy kung bakit nangyayari itong nasa amin. Hindi naman kami mayaman, bakit parang mas pinapahirapan kami? Sabi sa akin noon na parang nagkasal sa aming mag-asawa, ang kaisipan ng Diyos, iba man sa kaisipan niya ito. Ang paagi ng Diyos, iba man sa paagi niya ito. Imbes po na question natin siya, si Papa God. Mas dapat daw natin sabihin, your will be done. Kasi ang lahat ng mga nangyayari, may dahilan at may purpose. Hindi ko man lang po naiintindihan sa ngayon, dahil yung araw na maiintindihan ko din ang lahat. Sa mga panahon na daramdam ko ang labis ng pagdadalamhati, malaking pasasalamat ko sa aking pamilya, nanay at mga kapatid ko, sa mga magulang at kapatid ng aking asawa, mga pinsan at mga kaibigan namin dalawa na walang sawang gumagabay at sumusuporta sa aming mag-iina hanggang ngayon. Sabi ko sa aking sarili, sadyang may mga tao pinapadala sa amin si Papa God para kami ay tulungan. Kaya mas lalo akong determinado na mabigyan ng magandang buhay ang dalawa kong anak. Sa mga nagdaang pagsubok na aming nalagpasan at kinakaharap sa pagsubok sa kasalukuyan, mas lalo kong sinasabi sa aking sarili na kakayanin ko para sa dalawang anak. Sila ang buhay ko, kaya magpapatuloy akong labanan ang mga hamon na dumating sa aming buhay. Alam ko naman namin magdarating ng pagsubok na aming kakaharapin, kaya ang lagi kong panalangin na gabayan kami ni Papa God, palaging palakasin ang aming loob at katawan, gabayan kayo sa lahat ng aming gawain, at protektahan at iligtas at ilayo sa anumang kapahamakan. Kung tatanungin ako ulit ng aking mga anak, what is life? Yun pa din po ang sagot ko. Sila ang buhay ko. Ang buhay ay kaloob ng Diyos, kaya patuloy ako buhay at tatagan dahil silang mga anak ko ay kaloob ng Diyos. Ipagpapatuloy namin ang buhay namin mag-iina kasabay ng mga pagsubok dahil nagtitiwala at naniniwala kami kay Papa God. Sa kanyang salita, kabutihan, pangako, at walang limitasyong kakayahang gawin ang lahat ng bagay ayon sa kanyang kaloob. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Jo, for sharing your story. I think we learn a lot from your sharing. Okay, and this time I think Ma'am Joy Serrano is on virtual. Yes? Before we give the floor to Mr. and Mrs. Miranda.
Hi, good morning. I hope I am audible. Sir Glenton? Sir Glenton? Is my audio clear? Okay, so once again, good morning to the organizers of this activity. So I'd like to acknowledge Ma'am Ami Dorosan for really choosing me to be one of the sharers, even if I am away from the location.
Okay, so we shall hear from Ma'am Joy.
Hindi na po natatransfer. Tinatransfer pa dahil yung audio. Wait a while.
Okay, so we shall give few minutes.
Technical.
Okay, sige. So, ito talaga yung challenge kapag, ito yung challenge kapag may nag-online at may live. But
Hello, Sir
anyway,
Glenton.
it's part of the challenge. Okay? This is part of the challenge. So probably, nasisettle naman? Okay na ba? Okay. Sige. Okay, so probably you could proceed now and we can give the floor to Mr. and Mrs. Miranda. So would you like to share your story, sir and Madam?
Hello?
Sino mauna? Ladies first. Okay, ladies first. Sige po.
Magandang umaga po, brothers and sisters. I'm so grateful and blessed to be here today sa forum. Our plan is also to share some experiences we had in our lives as family. Okay, so yung first question po is, what challenges did you face in your family? So yung husband ko po is OFW po siya. But now, ex-husband po siya. Parang as a wife, na isang OFW, for me, na-experience ko rin yung naging single mom, like his sister po, tas malayo si husband. There are things na yung mga responsibility niya dito, ako yung gumagawa. Sa church po namin, yung head of the family is sobrang halaga po siya. At nung nasa malayo po siya, yun yung kulang po sa amin na anak ko. Yung obligasyon ng isang priesthood, ng isang head of the family. For example, is yung 1 month pa lang po yung anak namin, yung dapat yung mag-first, yung blessing po sa kanya is yung father po niya. Pero yung gumawa po nun is yung bishop po namin sa church po namin. And then, minsan nakasakit po siya, ako lang yung kasama sa hospital. Kailangan ko siyang iwanan para bumili ng mga gamot po niya. But those challenges, we're grateful because may isang bagay namin pinangahawakan sa family ko. At yun yung naging sandigan namin para i-install even malayo si husband.
Okay, sir. Would you like to add on?
So, kasi po marami po mga challenges. Una-una po yung challenge po namin is yung makikiwala po. It's about long distance relationship kasi bago pala kami magkasama po. So, kaya lang, as a member of the church, which is we are proud sabihin namin na andun yung goal po namin is for the eternal life. Yung buhay dito sa yan po yung focus po namin sa makabalik po sa kanya ng Diyos in isang pamilya. Kasi ang plano ng Diyos pamilya ay makabalik sa kanya. So, yun po yung challenges ko namin para maging magtatago yung pamilya ko na pinagawa po namin na magkaroon kami ng family. At yung communication po namin is open.
Okay, so thank you, sir. So, very clear. Open yung communication kahit medyo malayo yung isa, no? But anyway, sige, we shall. I think Mondre is ready this time. Ay, hindi pa. Okay. So, may challenge yung technology natin. So, we have heard our share of their challenges, no? So, nakita natin na varied yung challenges doon. Una, yung roles, yung relationship, yung finances, right? Okay. So, nakita natin na varied yung kanilang mga challenges. Hindi lang yung buhay, hindi lang mag-asawa, no? But, of course, ang pinaka-nakita natin doon sa pinaka-challenge nila, how they will provide, okay, the needs or respond to the very needs of their family, their children particularly. Kailangan lumayo, kailangan iiwan yung anak, no? In order for these parents, for these parents to provide, no? Yung sakripisyo ng isang magulang nakikita natin doon sa challenge na yun. Plus, of course, the multiple roles that particularly the case of the sole parents or the single mother has to really perform. So, isang malaking challenge yun. And as of now, based on the reports, statistics from the PSA, mataas po yung rate natin ng solo parents particularly in the Bicol region. So it's really increasing, and I think we have to really look into what are some of the factors na nag-contribute. And later on, probably our discussion will give insights and inputs along with that line. So this time, it's very interesting and also inspiring to listen, to hear the stories, yung kwento ng paghihirap, yung kwento ng saya, no? At also yung kwento ng pag-discover ng sarili, no? So, with that challenges that you have faced, paano po ninyo yun in-overcome or should I say, what is the right term for that in people? Nalampasan, okay, nalampasan. Oo. Sige, sir. Siguro, Mr. Miranda, yung nung iniwan ka ni sir for yung time, newlywed kayo nun, di ba? So, syempre parang ang lungkot. But of course, how you were able to overcome?
Katulad mo lang sinabi ni husband, yung Yung anak namin lumaki talaga na even malayo si daddy niya, close po sa kanya. Kasi yung communication ko talaga inano ko sa kanya. Oh, si daddy mo yan, that's your daddy. So kailangan love mo siya, malayo siya kasi for your good future. And then, yung isang bagay ko po na gusto ko i-share ko sa inyo brothers and sisters. Once si Jesus Christ, yung sentro sa pamilya po natin, kahit anong bagyo, dumating sa buhay natin as pamilya, as individual, kaya po natin malagpasan lahat po natin. Kasi sa kanya po tayo kukuha ng strength. At sa akin ay testify na sa lahat ng pinagdaanan namin, we are really strong as a family. Kasi Jesus Christ is the center of our family. And we're grateful for the gospel that we have in our lives. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's really true. No? So, kapag mayroon kang sinasandalan, of course, whatever challenges or typhoon or bagyo na lingwahe ni ate, ni Mrs. Miranda, of course, we can really release that. Okay. Sir, you would like to add? Or...
Bali, yung challenges na natin talaga, at saka yung katulad yung sinabi ko kanina, every time, at nagpapasalamat din ba ako sa members ng church na ito, dahil sa kanang leaders. Because of them, yung guidance din sa atin, na kung saan ito po yung nakikita mo na nagiging gabay mo natin, especially with scriptures. So, yung history po na nakawasa natin sa scriptures, the same thing na nangyayari sa challenges. Hindi po ibig sabihin na watch to more different verse to kung sabihin po, yung challenge nila, pero yun din po na saan makikita natin yung pananampalataya ninyo, specifically sa pananampalataya. So malaking bagay po sa buhay ko namin, sa buhay ng isang pamilya, kung may pananampalataya namin. Din po yung nagiging pagkunan ng takas ko. Overcome all the troubles and temptations. Kasi alam ko namin na hindi lang yung nagagawa sa buhay namin, kundi marami pang mula sa family na.
Okay, that's actually very good, no, yung coping. Kasi while of course may distansya yung dalawa pagsasama, they made use of the technology to connect and of course still to share the Bible and God, no? That's actually a very good, practice or coping. Ma'am Lisa, would you like to share of your coping as, of course, as solo mother and also as as a solo mother or as a
question, how did you and your family overcome them? So, dahil inisirod magpadagula ti Aki, lalo ng 5. Ang ages nila kaito, 10 years old, sumapua, in less than 1 year old po, so young kids. So 3 boys in the middle, 2 girls, eldest and youngest. Solutions. Initially, nag-aral ako out of court settlement for support. Saro po ito. Dahil ingongan ako mga magurang, nasasabihan kong maray ang mga magurang po, at least kayo, 2. In fact, nagbago kami duman sa Aroninda, naghali na po kami sa Rerenta ng Aron. Dahil kaya nga pwede magkasaro, galing problema. Dito na po inyang rin. Solusyon na nga niya po. As far as pag-agri is concerned, alin so mano ako nga is taking chemical engineering kaito. I have to be capable to ma-admit na kulang ang resources ko. So, ako kaitong relative sa abroad. Kinusugan ko sa buot ko. Na-picturean ko sa mga klasa ko. Sabi ko, kung pwede, sabi ko, tabangan mo kami. Anyway, pagpalit ka na ko, siguro palit dito, may kamong bayaran. And nalagot niya, so, request, pakainin niya akong picture na siya nagsayuma. Kaya, natabangan ako lalo naman sa Manila. Kasi, mahal baga po ang pa-eskwela sa amin ko. Sa mga aking kuligdig, sabi ko, mag-try ka mo scholarships. So, ibang civil service. So, nakalaw sa PU. DOST scholar ko ta. Sabi ko, hindi ka na mag-eskwela sa Aquinas. Maski DOST, mapayan man party ang mabuhay. So, hanggang sa niya ako sabihin, talagiyo ba ako? So, yan, may mga scholarships. And luckily, so AHEX pag ako ni Congressman Salceda ito, nakatabang man. Tapos solo parent ako, nag-member ako sa DSWD. Iba ba ang registration sa solo parent? So, may mga benefits po ang solo parent, like 7 days a year, pwede ka mag-file leave, provided related sa mga, let's say, meeting, may nagilang na aki. So, pag-abot sa scholarship, nakatabang po ito. Kapag solo parent ka, priority ka man yan sa, halimbawa, civils at sa CHED. Okay. Support group sa church. This is very important kasi ako, pira pa sa negative ka ito, mid-30s. Nagduman ako sa mga respected church members ko man sa Catholic Church. Ang ino to sinabi sa kuya ng Saro, i-mention ko si Dr. Patria Lorenzo. Sabi niya, listen ikaw ka na yan support group. Yun ang ganito inapot sa ko. Sabi ko, igwa, member ko ako sa local community sa simbahan ko. So, ito, kasi although may manumaguran ka, baka man most of the time niya ako sa relatives, dapat lang mabagay ang support group ng church kasi syempre we meet sa Bible study namin, may mga activities po kami sa church. So, imbis na may divert ang attention mo sa ibang bagay, at least sa church baga po, nagagabayan ako and sa yung pamilya. And, ining pagpamaji, importante ininita. Siyempre, pag solo parent ka, may mga tentasyon po dyan. May mga tentasyon na kung siguro ang pagtubod mo sa Diyos, oo ito. Kaya nagtutubod ako na ang solo parent dapat ay mag-isolate. Dapat maghanap talaga siya group na ma-support sa iya. Not necessarily financially, especially spiritually. Na, tapos, iyan na sa school, dapat bibisita iyan. Every 5 years ko, tabi nga ko niti sa kato mag-graduate ka na, yung pagawin niya ako sa mga grades. Kasi kung di mo ibilingan sa grades, iba ako mga midbig na nag-graduate. Una ka na ang magurang sa abroad man. Ang grade na ngayon sa aki ko, pagdawan sa register, nagulo na incomplete and fine. To cut the story short, day naka-graduate. So luckily, dahil niya ako sa akin, ko mabagay, alam ko na dapat ang mga akipid. Sasaro-saro iyan ko. Sa inka, iba ka pang kulang. Tapos so aki ko, dating sa divine, mabalyo sa pangtulo. Dahil ko na kaya sa divine. Sabi ko, magbalyo ka sa video, mag-take a look paano po, pwede ka mag-transfer, provided may grades ka, may interview ka, makapasar ka. So naman, pinag-guided ko siya. So kulang na niya ako yung mga units, araw kayo. So natabanan ko siyang matapos ito in 1 year. Pero nahihiling ko na, bako sa lang financial baga po, bako lang yan. Very important is your relationship with your children. Kasi kung di, lalo na for 7 years, pag di ang magurang sa inyo ko, Ari yun sa imong matago. Iyo ito sa sarong challenges ko ko na-mention ka sa bago. Na di pagpabayaan ang mga aking sa peers. Sorry, nagdumaan na ako sa solusyon. So, iyo man sana po, narumduman ko na sipat sa number 2.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Lisa. Very important may comment sa sagot nila, no? Yung prayer and support group. And isa sa nakita kong very important, do not isolate. Do not isolate. I think it's a very good coping. Miss Jo?
Ako po, sir, during nung kasasagan ng devotion ko or ng pagdadal ng hari, may nakapagsabi sa akin noon na guidance counselor na kumbaga, i-embrace ko daw po kung ano na-feel ko. Huwag kong madaliin, huwag kong pilitin na maging okay ako. Kumbaga, binagdang ko. Kaya nung time na halos 2 a.m. ako natutulog, ginagawa kong busy ang sarili ko para kahit pa paano ma-ilusan-ilusan. Pag super bigat na, usually, tumatawag lang ako sa kapatid ko. Siguro, one thing na very good na namin sa mga pinagin kasi hindi mo kami nawala ng ama. She always makes it a point na palagi bunyog kami mga kakapatid. Kaya, kahit kung ano na pinagdadaanan, magkwento lang isang text or isang message lang sa GC. To the rest, may naman sila. So, hindi lang ako makatulog or ganun po. Basta sa family, nag-click lang po ako na kumbaga, lumapit pa akong lalo ay nag-raise ko ang family ko kasi sa lahat ng mga pagsubok, sa pamilya ka mo talaga lalaki.
Yeah, okay. That's really true. Kasi yung kaibigan natin, pwede tayong iwanan, but never our own family, right? No matter what happened, lalo na kapag, we fail, right? When we fail, yung kaibigan natin, minsan they will disown us, but never our family. Correct? That's really true. So, importante talaga yung pamilya. But anyway, so Ma'am Joy I think she's good now. Ma'am Joy? Yeah, that's really true. So, importante talaga yung pamilya. But anyway, so Ma'am Joy I think she's... Okay na po ba? Okay. Hello, Ma'am Joy. Good morning.
Now very active in her apostolic work at church. To the two deans, Dr. Minia and Dr. Attorney Allen, and to all the organizers of this interviews, Dr. Minia and Dr. Attorney Allen. Now I'm 50. When that happened 7 years ago, I was 43. Um, Now I'm 50. When that happened, people helped me. 7 years. Creating moments with my family, with my loved ones, with the people I meet, because these are what matters. And most of all, I'd like to share that we should have a strong relationship with God. No matter who our God is, no matter what our religion is, we must have that strong faith and connection to the Lord. Because once our spirit is filled, no? So busog ang ating spirit, our body, our physical body is also nourished. So thank you very much for inviting me. I hope I shared something. Ma'am Ami, Glenton, Taff, Nani, Dr. Mabelnas, and Dr. Malen, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you.
sa kanya. And then, always, isipin po yung mga motivating factors na yung mga bata sa case ko na yaon ako na lumubukay ako, kinukontinue ko ang life, nakikibattle ako para sa ita. Para in the same way, maging strong din sila. And prepare din.
Answers number 3. So, lessons learned, may mga specific, solutions kasi naramdaman ko. One time, nagsimba ako sa Legazpi Church, dara ko sa mga aki. 5, yaron kay 5. So, youngest, upo ko. Imagine mo, pag-abot ko naman sa simbahan, so tulog kong aki, nagkamang sa paraw ng ayon at simbahan. So, ang lesson learned ko dito, hindi ka mag-feel na superwoman ka. Mag-anak kang kay iba, tayo itong sa kong akin na wala. Pagkabot ko naman sa little clinic, tahali sa simbahan, mapacheck up, kami lang ko, 1, 2, 3, 4, wala kang susaro. Nagpanik ako. Sabi ko, nagsayin si Ryan, so pantulog, pang-apat kong aki. So, nagklase pala ako sa social. They actually dumang-aki nga na nawala. Yun sabi ko, Diyos ko, tabangan mo ako. Ito pala, naka-elite police. Ano nga ang pangalan mo? Ryan Baldo. Dahil niya inasarabi so ako dito. Nabubuhay siya sa Baldo residence pa tayo kay Papa. Sige, ako naman doon ngayon, dyan sa Buraglis, sabi ka police, o dyan niya sa Buraglis, at niya ako po, sir, doon sa na. Pag-abot sa steris, mag-pick-up ka na yan po. Diyan ang arumi. Imagine mo toddler, taon siya. Doong beses, siniki man kayo ito sa puset. Sumupes pag-abot naman sa daraga. Na-late ako pag-ato ay pag-apit. Pag-abot ko, wala ng tao. Sa'yo na ako, suwagin ko, nagparadyo ako. Nag-imbit na ako. Ito pala, nagtungkol sa may palamigan. So, tanto ka ng palamigan ka ito. Nakailin naman ni polis. May polis. Tapos, nakaabot sa araw, Diyos ko, ihay mga kitilis mayo. Di ba sinumpalaan ang maging araw ka yan? Pero, nalagpasan ko ito sa irak ni Diyos. Ano ini, dahil magpa-eskwela sa harayo. So, hindi kang lesson learned ko. Kasi pagkatapos mag-graduate kang matuan sa video, na honor student man, sabi kang mga kailiba ko, uy, pasado ngayon aki pa sa Philippine Science Diliman. Pailis pinawan pa na yan. Nagkadararaman ako. Apat kayo dito. Sinus pinakadako rin ng batch na nakalaw sa Diliman. Well, ang lesson learned ko is, pag mga 13 years old, hindi ka magpa-eskwela sa akin. Ang experience ko, ang peer pressure is greater. Kasi dapat, iyan ang mga tender ages. Ngayon yan sa poder mo. So, paano ang pag sa Diyos, paano ang pag-relate sa relatives? Kasi, pag-arayo, sigurado ako, so mga tender ages, pero may peer pressure. Then, ako ma-elaborate. Tapos sabi, accept the things that you cannot understand. Madali magsabi, accept the things that you cannot understand. Nakain nangyari, nakarapo sa iba. Kasi mapong ka mag-self-pity, Day kita pwede, day na pwede magparadel sa mga negative pag. Tama, ito na lang ka. Solusyon ang isipon mo. Sagot pa, kunya na-realize ko, makulang sa mga aki, anak ko, ayaw na have your kailangan isa sorry,
Sige.
Being grateful sa parents kasi parang kainin yan. Si Papa nasa kama. Pag wala na yan, di ka nagpailing ni gratefulness, mapasok ka. Ngunyan ko yung na-realize. Tapos follow, sinasabi ko rin, follow the kids while studying. Kasi kung ano yung aki, dahil mo pa naiiling ang nangyayari. So, halimbawa, nagduman niya sa isang family na may assignment, ang hindi ko ka-HR kain. O hindi, sa internet nagduman. Ngayon, hindi sa family na may preparation na ako as a group. Anong pangalan kang magulang? Anong telephone number? Ako lang ko yan. Pagpapamati ko sa iyan, I'm in business. Kaya sabi sa ko, galing ka niya police. Bako sa galing police, gusto ko maaraman na pag-aaral dapat sa seryoso ko niyan. So, nag-upload ako. Pag naluman ako sa Manila, pinatawag ko siya heart to heart. Anong problema? Ano kayo dapat? So, values formation dapat niya ang luman. And, ano yun? Bawasan ining common concept ng magulang na naukulan ko man sa magulang ko. Ano ba gato kayo natin sa sabat, pero kang mga magulang, mag-aaral ka. Mag-aaral ka. Mag-aaral ka. Luwang ka sa mga maraming eskwelahan. Dahil wala kang extracurricular, adal. Sa kuya, ang lesson learned ko dito, bawasan iyan. Kasi ang learn ko, di ko gayud, para parang so, anak mo ang Diyos. Kaya nagdadrawag mula ang aki sa hiling ko, sa experience ko, na karir. Kaya minsan, nagigilid na yan ang pagtubod. Lalo na tako, karir man ito. Na, siyempre, kung solo parent ka, pero ang pagtubod, nagtitigla ka KW Brown, naglilit ka pag Domingo, nag-civil service exam. Dari baga, kulang sa iyong angkot, pero actually, ano yan, magas sa equity, kapag Domingo, sa pagtubod ko, Sunday ka dapat nagtatrabaho ka para sa Diyos. Okay, check the books of the children. Karunong ko, lalo na sa, I don't know kung sa private school, talag lang kan akin, o public school. Ikon siya ng mga part na ang values, ako naman compatible sa pagtubod ko. Kasi naka-attend ako sa seminar, Subtle Attack Against the Families Explained, na maikmat. So, ganaan ko ito, bigla ako naghahanap ng mga libro at mga akikula. So, sa Albay Central Elementary. Ikaw man ang talaga naman ng values na sa iling ko, bako naman talaga, pareho kang kaypuan. Kaya, ilagay mo sa mga aki. So, di kita, ako, di dapat maging kampante sa eskwelahan. Dapat pigaan mo, ano ako nabig-aradalan mo. Tabaka, siyempre, iba mga baga. Pag sinabi kang teacher, mas natutubod sila sa teacher kaysa maluran. Kayo po. Okay, so, lesson, learn how to forgive. For those who hurt you, God will not forgive you if you don't forgive. It's very easy to say, madali magpatawad, ano po. Pero, ang pag-iisip ko lang is, kung nangadya ako kiyaman niya mo, tapos dahil kung pag-ibig gusto dapat ibohon, pag ako nagdala, di man kailan ko papatawaron. Kasi bako naman ako. Dapat, sa kuya, pinilot ko na sa Diyos. Sabi ko, ikang bahali, kamang taram, ako, takon ako. Vengeance sa ako, ang naampalan ko, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. Pero, ang lesson learned ko, leave it to God. Leave it to God kasi the justice of God is greater than our justice. And looking back, nakatapos mga aki ko, dahil na, wala na nani, if not more for my father. So, niya, nag-roll ako ng grasya. So, kung ako niya ako nagpadara ng bugsok ng damdamin, sa inyo ako proto niya. So, I'm very grateful for the grace of God As in, baka perfect ang family, pero God will see you through. Yan lang po.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lisa. It was really a good story. Yung una is, sabi mo ay, don't feel that you are a superwoman. Imagine, pinipicture out ko sa imagination. Yung time ngayon, na si Ma'am Lisa ay may 5 anak at pumunta ng simbahan. Yes, and the love is really to forgive. Learn to forgive. That's really very powerful. But anyway, shall we hear from Mrs. and Mr. Miranda of your lessons or takeaways?
Sa amin po, una talaga, tulad sinabi na ma'am kanina, sister, being a single mom, is yung magtiwala ko sa Diyos. Yun po yung pinakauna. Isentro yung buhay natin kay Heavenly Father at Jesus Christ. Dumating sa time ko po na hindi ako exception doon sa mga tao na sometimes nagtatanan sa Diyos. Especially during pandemic, may isang pagsubok sa family talaga namin na talagang dumating yung time na I try myself suicide po. Nagkaroon ako ng depression and anxiety. Sobrang mahirap talaga pag mag-isa ka lang at yung asawa mo malayo. Hindi kasi ako very open sa family ko po. Malayo din sila. So sinabi kami mga inalang kasama. Pero grateful ako kay husband kasi palagi niya akong ginadjustay. So, Mama, be happy, be positive. Siya yung nag-a-apply sa akin pag nakikita niya uwi po ako. And also, isa pang natutunan ko is be humble always. If you do something wrong, especially for me kasi yung asking God for me, parang I feel guilty kasi kahit ako nag-murmur, alam niyo, weak ako sometimes, still, andyan yung love niya for me and yung blessings sa akin and sa family ko po. So, yun, I humble myself every time I done something not good for him and then I ask forgiveness sa kanya. So, I feel, nagkaroon po ako ng peace of mind. And also as a mother, kailangan talaga maging focus ka po sa tayo, sa mga anak natin. Ako talaga pagdating sa studies, kasi lumaki ako sa family talaga na yung lola ko na tinitingnan bawat grades, every grading, bakit ganito, ganyan. So, mabusisi ako pagdating sa studies sa anak ko. I give up my career just to be focused sa anak namin. And yun, and then yun, natuto tayo mag-forgive. Katulad sa amin yun, parang nagkaroon tayo ng peace of mind din. And what else? Yun, yung temporal and spiritual things, kailangan balance po siya, sir. And if you have an opportunity to help others, not only temporal, also spiritual. So do it, brothers and sisters. And I know na yung Diyos, i-bless mo tayo.
Sa additional ko na, so, as a father, hirap ko talaga. Pero marami pa akong natutunan nung malayo ako sa family ko. Kung saan yung challenges as brethren, mas lalo pag sa abroad, maraming mga temptations talaga yan. Pero yung isang lesson na natutunan ko is yung pagmamahal. At tiwala na ibinigay sa'yo ng partner mo at yung Diyos. So, kung yun is pananatilihin mo sa buhay mo at kung ano yung natutunan natin sa pagdating natin, sa family natin, sa mga tao, yung good things, yun yung iwan natin sa buhay natin. Paliting bagay na kung saan makakatulong talaga sa family natin. At may ibabahagi ko natin ito sa anak natin mismo. Kasi yung family na sa atin na is the center na mentor na dapat maging matatag muna bago yung communicate. So, nagsisimula lahat sa loob ng kanan. So, kung hit yung isa, dapat maging malakas tayo. So, yun yung parami yung sinasabi ko sa challenges, bukas, mawawala na yan. So, katulad din sinabi ko naman na yung hindi yung hanap yung solution, hindi yung hanapin na ito.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, that's right. No, dapat focus tayo sa solution, hindi yung problema. Kasi when we consume much of our time looking at the problem, sometimes it's a useless efforts, right? Yeah, sige. So, last question. How you will make your family better with this, you know, the challenges and also yung nababagong perspektibo, pananaw at yung panahon natin ngayon. I think the new couples, what I mean is yung young couples, nagsisimula pa lang yung kanilang mga pamilya should, I think, listen on this sa mga sinishare ng ating mga sharers dito. Because like in the case of Ma'am Joy, Ma'am Lisa, Ma'am Jo, Ma'am Shi, and Sir Henry, okay, talagang pinagdaanan na nila ito. Right? Buhay na patotoo, it's a lived experience. So we cannot read this, I think, in books. Right? So, ano po yung pwede natin ma-share how we could do better with this changing time and the changing perspective. You know, the new generation of couples has, you know, a very different way of, I think, handling, seeing, and also yung perspective nila how a family and what should a family is. Right? Kasi nga, yung isang nakita ko kay Ma'am, I think we have also some failures. Like, sa realization ni Ma'am Lisa, during the time na yung mga anak niya nag-aaral, focus on career. Then they have a career. And they look at marriage like a contract na pwedeng i-bridge or pwedeng i-give up. Kaya ang dami, of course, this is being supported with the statistics. Ang dami pong mga illegitimate children as reported by the PSA. I just attended last week an interagency meeting on population and development. Marami pong mga cases ng teenage pregnancy, and the worst of the lot is while naganda yung statistics na yung 18 to 24 bumaba yung rate, but tumaas yung kaso ng teenage pregnancy among ages 10 to 14. It's very challenging, particularly to the young parents and to the families. Imagine if children hindi na mag-review and they are mothers, multiple pregnancy before they reach their age 18. So, what advice on how we could do better to, of course, to all sa mga families, even of course sa mga single, because we also take responsibility, right? Sino po yung gusto mauna? Is not still with us online? Nandiyan ba po ba? So probably we could give the floor or the virtual floor to Ma'am Joy. Ma'am Joy, would you like to share something? I think narinig naman tayo ni Ma'am Joy.
So how will you make your family better? Do better, huh? To cope with the changing times and perspectives. We now live in this, digital world, no? So we make use of technology to cope up with, to with life's challenges. So, relationships matter. Interpersonal relationships matter. So, hinihintay ni Mama. And sometimes, matatawa ka na lang. Kasi may magtatanong sa'yo, Mama, ilan na lang ba ang balance ng ATM mo? So, you see, that's how they view life. No? Bakit wala sa kanyang tanong na yan? But sa atin, kung titignan yung generation gap, sasabihin mo, bakit ka nagtatanong? Magagalit ka. So hindi ako ganun klaseng magulang. I am a very open-minded parent. I look at both sides of the situation. And I think that is what matters most. So understanding the situation that we are in would always give us solutions to cope up with daily life challenges, even in these pressing times. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Joy. Yes, okay, you opened my
how will you make the family better? Is still to talk to your children. And dalawa yan, if you see that they are mistaken, be honest and tell them. Because sundin ka man o hindi, ginawa mo yung responsibility. Kasi minsan, siguro, I'm not sure ha sa iba, hindi na lang pinapansin ng magulang, sasabihin, anyway, magurang na naiiyan. Pero bilang magura, habang nabubuhay, dahil may nagpupunta ang responsibilidad. And kung dapat umawag, dahil ikaw man silang mga marina giniko, dapat umawag iyan. Kasi syempre, mauna na natin mo yan ng panahon ka. In fact, ang mga aki, nagkakaiwan na ay problem, sabi sa Legazpi Eye Center, nagulo na ngayong mga aki ang may mga antipara. Sabi ko nga, po ito. Dahil ba ngayon natatanggal ka, ini kan cellphone? So, mas may iba na nag-aaral, tapos may number of hours, sabi nga ni iba, 4 hours a day. So, grabe yan, ano? And I'm guilty, kapag bagi, gusto ko mag-iling ka mga cinema. Kaya dapat pala, sa Tapulawa na kids arrive. Tapos dapat mga 2 hours, kundol mo na, dapat may time. And huwag magmadali sa pag-aasawa. Eh, kasi pag sabi ko, hindi mo na ako, hindi mo nangyayari. Mag-alit kita sa Diyos for discernment. Kung ano ang vocation mo ba yan? Hindi ka tulos magaguntin. Nagkarago mo na. Ako nasa nangyayari. 40 na ngaya ako. Sisi, kaya iwa akong midbit na 40 na siya. Kaya uminagong siya mo niya, nagbabasa. Sabi ko lang, madali ka kayo. Paano eh, 40 na ako. Kaya ako sa ilang iya. Okay. Yan, media. Tapos, pagod na, iiliman mo, dapat, kung ang magurang kayo, kung ako may magurang, dapat connected ka, kung ano ang pipiliin ka na atin mo, naiiling mo sa monitor mo, baka bold na inan. Di taaran kasi, sa ina pag sinakaabot, Tapos sabi ko nga, dapat may GPS ang aki. May GPS, so sabi ko, kung pwede nga, iiksyon ng bigit, na nga kung makutik ara mo, dahil ka man nag-face ko lang, may niya ako naman sa computer. Iba akong aki na araman ko, dahil na pala naglalab. Sabi ng teacher, galing ako daw na ang grade ka aki mo. Ito pala na, para computer sa may UI. Di naman ang puso computer siya. Sabi ko, pag ining aki na init, pinalaog pa nindo, malong sa barangay. Kamu, reklamo mo, dapat pag nag-eskwil ang aki, sa eskwilan niya. So, dapat maikma. Tapos, do not be afraid to tell na nasabi ko na. Advise the students not to be too concentrated on high grades. Kasi po, nagturo ako sa BU 38 years. Kadaklan kang mga estudyante ko magkadaklan. Niya ako ba ako mag-grade? Kidiin. Ako ba? Well, manak dyan. May nagdadyan sa ngayon madam, dahil niya sa grade mo, nawala niya sa scholarship ko. Ang ako mo yan, sabi ko, you're committing the fallacy of composition. What is proof of part is proof of whole. Iliwan na niya kung tabi ang sa iyong performance, kung karapat dapat. Ang naiinig ko sa mga ati, galing ako masyado kang conscious sa grades. Di ba niya ako nagsabi, dahil ka, pero too concentrated, napipresyon niya ako kang magurang ko. So, gusto sabihin, ang pressure sa magurang, sabi ko, to na. Ang success ki Aki, di man talaga tulo sa initan sa grades. So, may mga success ko din, galing nakagraduate ki college, pero maray. So, dapat, makulang academics, kasi dapat so skill. Ano ang mga skills na minsan nga, mas alam ko pa ang pigagdana kang plumber, carpenter. Di ba? Naglaog ka sa opisina. So, dali, ang concept ng education dapat diploma pirmin. Sabi ko, anong ito pag nag-test na ka? So, pag-iing ko, aldaw ka iyan, daw pa niya ko. So, anyway, this is just my opinion. Ano po? And, minsan, I tell my children, sabi ko, whether madali ka o dali, this is my story. I committed, ako na lang kung nasa naging ko. Ngunyan ko, utruan mo yan, at least ako nagparang sa inyo. Kapag mangyari niyo, ako pagbasulod. So, yun lang ko.
Okay, thank you so much, Lisa. And now, we shall hear from John.
Ako po, mas lalo po pong ilalapit ang dalawang anak kay Papa Kai. Kasi since 10 and 3, mas lalo po nilang dapat makilala ang early stage sa Papa Kai. And then siguro para sa akin din, medyo babawas-bawasan ko na yung sobrang gusto ko maging perfect, maging pagka-perfectionist ako. Kasi usually pag nakikita ko na may mali sa anak ko, ayan, lahat ng sabi na sometimes nakunahawan ko ako sa iba. Sabi ko, pagalitin ko naman to the point na napimot ko. Sabi, hayaan mo lang kasi bata pa yan. So siguro po, magiging medyo loose. Pero hindi naman to the point na hindi ko na siya papagalitan. Sasabihin, mabawas-bawasan ko lang yung sopa. Ano yan, words. Ako minsan po talaga, obviously sa anak ko na parang lumalayo na po yung loob niya sa akin kasi too much na sabi niya too much na tuyaw or what. And then sa at ako po youngest, since my special need, para sa akin po siguro yung tatanggapin mo yung acceptance na gano'n siya. Pero hindi ko ako susuko na magiging okay siya. Na gusto ko rin po na mabuhay na lang ng anak ko. And then, yun po, na sa lahat ng mga challenges, hindi talaga bibigyan may papagay. Kasi everything is possible with God. Basta doon ka lang sa kanya.
Yeah, that's amen. Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Cho. And probably we could hear one from the couple. Yes? Sino po sa inyong dalawa ang magsasalita na? Si Ma'am Shi. Okay, sige po.
Okay. So, sa amin po, para mas maging better yung family namin, we set a goal, hindi lang sa aming mag-asawa, especially sa anak ko namin. So, si Nipay, 11 years old na po siya. Every time tinatanong namin po siya, what is your plan? What is your goal in your life? And nung last nag-conversation kami, sabi niya, Mami, doon sa school namin, puro na lang cash-cash. Sabi niya, puro na lang cash-cash. Tapos ako, tinanong nila ako, Nia Heaven, sino may yung crush mo? Tapos sabi daw niya, ano ba yan? Studies first? Sabi ni Mami, Daddy, studies first. Tapos yun, tapos sabi ko, so ano gagawin mo? Mag-i-study first muna ako, Mami. And when I reach my right age to go in my mission, mag-mission daw siya. And then, mag-aaral daw siya ulit before siya mag-asawa. Sabi ko naman, anak, it's okay to have crush. Basta crush lang, huwag mag-girlfriend, boyfriend. So we set a goal first sa family namin. Kung ano yung gusto namin mangyari this year and the next year. And alam namin na sometimes we set a goal but still depends on kay Heavenly Father, yung will po ng Diyos. And we accept some failures sa life po talaga natin. And if we fail now, do not give up. Gawin yung best and start again, all over again, to reach that goal na gusto mo ma-achieve sa life mo. So, yun po. And si Ma'am, sobrang grateful po ako sa iyo, Ma'am, because you remind me as a mother na i-pressure yung mga anak ko talaga. So, hindi po talaga siya tama. There are times po kasi siguro, maybe because lumaki ako talaga sa grandparents ko. My grandmother, sobrang very talaga siya pagdating sa grades. So, parang na-adapt ko po yun. But I changed that kasi katulad ni Sister Perfectionist din. So, nakita ko yung negative effect sa bata, sa mga anak ko na ginagawa nila yung bagay na yun, but they are not enjoying sa studies. Ginagawa nila yun because they are afraid sa parents mo nila. Gusto nila proud. But right now, yun yung isang bagay na natutunan ko po na let your child, your children, na i-enjoy yung childhood po nila. And yun nga, yung grades po, grades lang yan yung diploma, but it still depends on you kung paano ka maging successful sa life. Because I saw some of my colleague or mga classmates, kung laude pa sila, magna, pero right now, we don't have a child. But those simple na, parang sabi na nila ordinary student, but they are successful po. So So hindi po nasusukat din sa diploma, kundi sa ability, sa attitude natin as a person po.
Okay, so thank you so much, and I think that's the end of our sharing. Thank you so much, of course, on behalf of Bicol University and of course the Church of the Latter-day Saints, we would like to express our gratitude to you all. And to Ma'am Joy, who is online, Diyos mabalos po, and Diyos mabalos po sa inyo. This time, we could ask, actually we'll just ask our panel discussant to join the group. Probably could stay still here. We would like to invite Father Rex and of course the Pastor Joven, si President Honorato, and si Dr. Lani. Okay, so please join us on stage. Sige po, when we are coming up here, I would like to acknowledge our panel discussion. We have Father Rex Arjona, Parish Priest of San Parish Catholic Church and President and CEO of SCDP, Simbang sa Pag-Asenso Incorporated. We have also Father Joven Vitusis, okay, from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Then, of course, we have President Honorato Sarto, First Counselor, State Presidency, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and Dr. Lali Villaparte of Bicol University, licensed psychometrician and psychologist. Yes, we have heard their stories. What insights or what inputs you could share? Yes. Probably anyone who would like to share. Sige, Ma'am Lali, probably. Okay.
Hi. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Actually, nag-share po sila. I was taking down notes kasi sabi ko hindi ko maaalala na everything. And na-appreciate ko yung mga stories niyo po. May mga pagkaiba sa sitwasyon, pero mas madami magkakaparehas. Nakita ko kay Ma'am Lisa, since siya yung owner sa group, na ang atake niya po sa problem ay solution-focused na. And considering yung kanyang educational background as well as yung family, doon umangat yung way niya ng pag-solve ng mga problems in the family. Kay Ma'am Johan naman, I saw that dahil nasa grieving process po siya, emotion-focused po siya. And hindi nawala yung support system. And ang nakita ko beauty dito, hindi niya sinarado yung kanyang puso at damdamin na makatanggap ng tulong, hindi lang galing sa pamilya, kundi sa iba pa po. Ito naman po, couple na to, kahit nasabihin nyo na kayong dalawa ay nandito, nakita ko yung struggle ni Mami, no? Kasi nakita ko siguro na-build yung interdependency niyo sa isa't isa. Pero nakita ko stronger yung inyong faith-focused na coping, and that made you keep going, Mami. I don't know yung story, pero among the three, you were very open sa inyong mga mental health conditions, and you found God to help you with that. So, yun po yung in total na nakikita ko sa kanila. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lali. Anyone? So, we have Father Rex. Sige po, Padre.
Listening to the sharing, ang masasabi ko lang ay edified by the witnessing that you do yun, pagsasaksi yun, witnessing yun as being good parents to your children and spouses to each other. Tama naman talaga na both society and the churches recognizes the family as the basic unit of society and the foundation for the kingdom. Mahalaga yun. Sabi ko nga ano ba ang aking may sharing o all the resource dito? Ako yata yung experience sa pagiging parent. Although we do come, ano ba naman comes from families. At actually when you were coming here and prior to the sharing, I look at that painting. That's from, ano yun eh, that's Revelation 3:20 yata. It was about Jesus saying, behold, I stand at the door and knock. And if anyone listens and opens up, we will have supper with them. Yung experience po ninyo is a testament to that. You have allowed God to enter your families, and because of that, yan dun yung sort of resiliency and the sharing of God's grace to your children and to one another. And of course, not just that, to the people to the people around you, the witnesses to what you do. Because that's one more thing. Families are not just for each other. Couples are not just there for each other. They're also for the rest of us. And that's the point why in the New Testament, especially I think in the Gospel of John also, several times, I think it's saying several times that the faithful love of God uses the image of the couple. Christ is the bridegroom, the church is the bride. And for every time that there are couples that really live by those values, all of us are edified by that. You know, our faith are strengthened as well. So, salamat po sa inyong sharing.
Thank you po sa invitation. Tamang-tama po yung family talaga ay napakahalaga sa atin. Because if the family is not well managed, it will create havoc in the community, in our society. Kaya maganda po na yung focus natin sa family. At maraming mga napakinggan tayong mga challenges, mga struggles sa family. Walang exempted doon mga kapatid. Lahat tayo po ay dumadaan ng mga challenges niya. Pero the Bible is very clear mga kapatid. Kaya maganda yung mga point na sinasabi na yung pananampalataya, yung panalangin ay nandoon parati. So, very clear naman po ang Bible injunction na unless, sabi ng Bible, unless the Lord builds a house, they labor in vain that build it. So yung ating pong pagdepende sa Panginoon upang tulungan tayo, gabayan tayo, ay na Panginoon. Paano kaya ito? Kasi first year high school ma'am ay dinala na namin sa boarding school sa amin sa Naga. So, nung nandyan sa'yo, nakikita mo kung ano. Pero, nung nawala sa'yo, ang naisip ko, ano kaya ang ginagawa ng anak ko? Baka nag-cellphone o ano. So, most of the time, pinapalop namin, pinupunta namin. And even hanggang ngayon po na malaki na sila, minsan pinatabi namin sa aming pagtulog para mamonitor lang, ano ba ito, nananalangin ba ito bago matulog, pagising nananalangin ba, Nagbabasa ba ng Bible? Minomonitor namin yun kasi yun lang ang tanging pag yung
Natutuwa ako sa aming asawa kasi they are following the teaching because kung makikita mo po dyan sa may mga statements dyan na makikita niyo, part dyan nakalagay na happiness in family life is most likely to be achieved when founded upon the teachings of the Lord Jesus Christ. Kasi ang alam natin, the reason why the earth was created for us to be born here because of family. And family is the central to the plan of happiness of our Heavenly Father. Kaya yung sentro, yung pamilya, sa atin ngayon, Satan, his purpose is to destroy family. So that's why, because of chaos, disintegration of family, the church issued this proclamation to the world that if we will follow, we will most likely achieve this happiness in family. And part doon nakalagay down, successful marriages and families are established and maintained on principles of faith, prayer, repentance, forgiveness, respect, love, compassion, work, and wholesome recreational activities. Kaya po na-mention of faith, yung na talagang bumubuo tayo ng ating pananampalataya sa Diyos. Now, ilalagay ko rin, habang nagsasalita nila, we are grateful kasi one time, yung anak namin nag-aaral sa high school pa, tinanong sila ng kanilang mga teacher, sino ba sa inyo ang nag-aaral yung mag-asawa, magulo? Halos ko nag-raise ng hand, pero yung anak ko, hindi, tinanong siya bakit. Kasi sabi ng anak ko, hindi ko pa nag-aaway yung magulo. So, kumbaga, my children appreciated much because sabi nga na, we our family is found upon the teachings of the Lord Jesus Christ, we will follow it. We will receive that joy and happiness. Though there are lots of challenges in our lives, but if we apply those principles, marami po natin. I remember, sa church kasi, may tinatawag pa yung emotional resilience. At ano ba yan, yung isa, both wherein there are time mutuals. Kasi because of changing in our time, nabasa ko sa survey, sa 500 survey last May, almost 65% yung mga youth natin dumadaan sa depression. Now, one things, kasi during that time, nagkaroon kami family So, one of the experience that we had, part of the emotional resilience, nag-uusap yung mga anak namin. Doon namin nalaman, meron palang tampuhan sila. Tampuhan. Actually, dumating ang time, hindi po kami nagkaroon ng closing prayer. Hinayaan namin yung mga anak namin na i-resolve yung kanilang dispute, yung parang hindi magandang pag-usapan. Kaya, sabi ko, I'm very thankful. Aside from this emotional resilience, meron pa kasi ibang mga pinag-aaralan sa church about sa self-reliance. And then, sabi nung ating dalawa, maganda po yung points nyo na our leader has said in our day that we should use this media o social media appropriately and effectively. Kahit na malayo tayo, because in the church we are encouraged to do family room every Monday, kahit malayo, I observed this in many of our Latter-day Saint families, na ginagamit nila yung messenger. They pray together. Nasa Dubai yung father, yung mga family nandito, they pray together. They sing and then they read scriptures. So yung nasabi ko lang na talagang the answer in our problem, if we will true to our commitment to follow the Savior, Jesus Christ in a private stage. And magtiwala na po tayo, yung mga problems na yan, nasusunod yan, magtiwala na po. Yan ang po, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, President Honorato and the rest. Yeah, I think we're almost towards the end of this activity. We would like to hear from our discussant of proper insights or their advice. So you could probably share share how we could strengthen relationship and families, should I say. Sige, si President Honorato daw magsisimula at mamula. Sige, kumbaga ito na yung,
natin na minsan baga maraming salita, patalon ka na yan. Sutilon ka. Dapat po yung positive approach and positive words ang naibibigay natin sa kanila. Naalala ko yung aking mga anak, mga layo na sabi ko, mga anak, kayo ay may isip na, alam nyo na kung ano ang tama at mali. So, kung mali, huwag nyo gagawin. Yung tama lang ang inyong gagawin. At kung minsan nagkakamali mga kapatid, ay yung positive parating approach na huwag maikikita sa kanilang isipan yung negative na pwedeng i-harbor nila sa kanilang mga puso. Kundi ibigay natin po yung positive approach na ma-develop sa kanilang mga buhay yung maganda na pwede natin sabihin. Kasi yung Proverbs po na may sabi sa atin, power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit. So kung parating negative ang sinasabi natin, yun ang aanihin natin mga kapatid. So kung very positive tayo sa ating mga approaches sa ating mga anak, ay yun din po ang aanihin natin. And that is very biblical na mabibigay sa atin po ng tamang direksyon sa ating pagpapamilya.
Pwede ba mag-aiming na lang sa lahat? I would just like to offer what you have shared, and said there while ago that it edifies me. Yung mga challenges that are present there, you have shown that you have tried and you have triumphed, and that you have seen how you were able to provide a space for your children to be safe and also to grow. And you yourselves also acknowledge the areas na pwede pa rin ako mag-grow din dito. Yun yata yung paminsan-minsan ng natin, kailangan din i-affirm ang mga parents. Kasi maraming beses, you're so used to giving, and once in a while, magandang makarinig din na you're doing it right. Hindi man perfectly all the time, but it comes from the best of hearts, and because of that, you're able to provide a thing for your children. Ang palagi kong sinasabi pag meron kinagkakasal ako ng couple, sabi ko, wala akong i-advise sa inyong practical tungkol sa buong alam mo yan sa akin. Lalo na ako nalilibinan. So I leave it to your ninong and to your ninang to do that. But I would like to tell you something about what the church teaches. That what you're about to do is mission. Diba? May threefold mission ng family. First is the couple when they love each other faithfully. And with forgiveness, of course. And the second is when they share the faith with their children. So, madali sila love your children. But for Christian parents, the sharing of the faith is also very important. And then, of course, I mentioned sa una kong salita yung tungkol sa, you also have a mission for the rest of us. When we see you do that, our faith is also strengthened, not just on the institution of family life and marriage, but specifically to the faithful love of the Lord Himself. So you witness that to the rest of us.
Thank you, Father. Shall we give the microphone?
Ito na hawak ko na. Ako po, sisimulan ko yung aking last na message sa inyo by reminding every one of us that we are not aiming for a perfect family. Wala pong perfect na family. We are all aiming for an effective family. No? Kung effective, meaning you accept that your partner, that your spouse is not perfect, and that your relationship ay lagi dapat na inaalagaan at ini-work out. Gusto ko din po encourage tayo na alisin yung ating tendency na lagi tayo may tyranny of the should, na asawa ka dapat ganito ka, you should be like this. O anak kita, kailangan ganito ka, you should be like that. Because that leads us to expecting too much from our family members. Kasi nga, ang aim natin, lagi tayo yung perfect, happy family. But that's actually very impossible to do. You have your spiritual wisdom from our
religious year. But another fact is that, ang reality, hindi mabilis makuha ang happiness kapag hindi aligned kung ano yung tingin mo sa kapamilya mo, sa kung ano yung actual na nangyayari sa pamilya nyo. Like for example, sabi ni Ma'am, gusto niyo maging normal ang anak niya. But then, the society should not adjust to your reality. Kayo yung gagawa ng sarili yung normal kasi that is your reality. There is also nothing like yung basis na better ang family mo kesa sa the other family. That will lead to a lot of frustrations, no? Lot of heartaches kasi lagi mo may pinapantayan ka na ito yung perfect na family. So that will lead to a lot of problems in working out your relationship, in working out, in accepting what your family is and is not. Sabi nga, balikan ko po yung video, do not forget what is important to you. No? What is important to you? Yung nasa puso mo talaga. Doon lang po yung panghawakan. Thank you po.
Ayan! Thank you so much. I think we deserve a applause. Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful inputs and insights. Likewise, the sharing of our vocal resource person a while ago. So just mabalus po sa inyo, I have learned a lot from your stories and also to the inputs given to us by our discussant. Family is really family. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Doon po sa gilid, nag-uusap po kami ni na Ma'am Ami at sabi ko sa kanya, ang ganda pong tingnan. Ano po? Kasi experiences and talaga po, we lived up to the very word of interfaith. And I wrote down in my paper, which Sir Glenton has, I wrote in there, sabi ko doon sa kanya, sabi ko, varied experiences, varied religions, but right now, you are in unity. You are singing, you are speaking in one voice and with one message, and that is for the love of family. So, let us now proceed as a matter of thanks. But before I continue, can we give them another round of applause para sa pamilya at para sa pamilya. Now, so let us now give the certificate of appreciation and recognition for those who share their experiences and for our experts. So I would like to call in the second counselor of the state presidency, President Rodel Francisco, the first counselor of state presidency, President Honorato Sarto, and the President, Legazpi Philippine State, President Rodrigo R. Rosan, to award our certificate and token of appreciation. On stage, please. Habang po nagsasakad sila, makakilala po kang pagpilingon niyan. Ano po? May sa siyensya, sa buhay, sa relihiyon. Magayon po yan. Huwag pa lang po talagang melting pot ang lahat ng bagay. Ano po? So, let us award the certificate. Let me read first its contents. Legazpi Philippine State, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Marquez Street, Legazpi City, awards the certificate of appreciation and recognition to the person concerned in grateful recognition for his or her valuable contribution, presence, and insight as panel discussant during the conduct of the Interfaith and Interagency Family Forum held on September 29, 2023, in celebration of the 31st National Family Week 2023 with the theme, Pamilyang Pilipino, Pagtugon sa Nagbabagong Pananaw at Panahon, Filipino Families Responding to Changing Perspectives and Times. Given this 29th day of September 2023 at Legazpi City, signed Honorato V. Sarto, First Counselor, State Presidency, Rodel S. Francisco, Second Counselor, State Presidency, and Pico de Rosa, President, State Presidency. So, the first certificate and token will be given to Ma'am Lisa Palado. Thank you very much. Salamat po pag-share ng iyong buhay. And then we have for Ma'am Joanne Bonnet Mahardo Pio. Thank you very much. Salamat po. And then we have Mr. and Mrs. Henry Miranda. Salamat po. And Ma'am Jocelyn E. Serrano, online. Sa ating po experiential sharers, for and in behalf of the Legazpi Philippine State, gusto po namin magpasalamat sa iyong tatlo sa pagbukas ng iyong buhay para sa aming lahat at para sa aming pagkatuto hango sa inyong mga karanasan. At this time, we will give the certificate to our panel of experts. We have the first one, Dr. Salvacion Villaferte. Thank you very much, ma'am, for explaining to us the behavioral side of family relationships. Salamat po. And we also have Father Rex Arjona, Parish Priest of Taysan, and the President and CEO of SCTP Simbag sa Pag-asenso Incorporated. Thank you very much po. Salamat po, Father. May demonstration po talaga kung tayo. Kaya talaga po siya. Opo. And then we have Pastor Robin B. Hitosis of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Salamat po. Thank you very much. Sa bagay po, symbolic talaga ang umbrella. Kasi pag maulan, siya ay ang nag-shelter sa atin. So when faced with challenges, we always find shelter in our families. Ano po, diba? Shelter and home in our families. So we also would like to award, of course, for our keynote speaker, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin Nebres, to be represented by Dr. Marisa Estella, Vice President for Research and Extension. Salamat po. Salamat po. Nagmamadali po si Ma'am Ami kasi meron pong payong ng pagmamahal at payong ng pamilya. Hindi po yun advertisement ng 4-piece. 3-piece lang po yun, just in case. Pasigurado po. Okay, we also would like to say thank you to Dr. Lorna Minian. Ma'am Lords, salamat po. Thank you very much. At yung sa akin daw po, sabi ko, huwag na akong i-aware kasi 12 o'clock na po, di ba? Ang pagmamahal, importante, pero pag ang tao ay nagugutom na, nababawasan ng konti yung pagmamahal. No, tama po ba? Hindi po ito yung sinabi sa akin, pero maaari po bang magpa-picture tayong lahat? Simbolismo ng pagkakaisa, hindi lang natin, but pagkakaisa ng iba-ibang paniniwala para sa pamilya na nagmamahalan. Opo, magpa-picture po tayo, ay kayo po pala.
We also would like to award our certificate of appreciation and recognition to Miss Catherine Erasco and to Sir Glenton Viriba. Ibigay din natin ito kasi kailangan ibigay natin.
Kailangan daw po sa picture, documentation. And for the participants, please stay put. May lunch po din kayo. At yung iba po ay meron daw po doon at meron din dito isi-serve. Ano po? So happy lunch time!
Heading out on our own with our hope in the clouds, and we're starting to see that we're onto something. Feel it coming, we'll keep running, nothing in our way, and we got no reason to wait. Let the journey take you where it wants to. We'll continue to find our way through anything we face. We got what it takes. Here we go. All we need is an open road and a chance to see a never-ending world that's beautiful. Here we go with the sunlight. Heading out on our own with our hope in the clouds.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is a rapidly growing worldwide church. From 1955, when the land was first dedicated to missionary work, the church has expanded and grown to greater heights. No matter where Mormons live, they find themselves part of a network of mutual concern. In Mormon theology, everyone is a minister of a kind. Everyone is empowered in some way to do good to others and to have good done unto them. It is a 21st century covenant of caring.
Members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, commonly known as Mormons, can be found at every level of society: in business and agriculture, education and the sciences, political parties and the government, and the entertainment industry and the news media. Anyone is welcome to attend our Sunday services in any of our church's chapels. The church has no paid clergy, and local volunteer members lead, teach, and serve in the church, providing programs for men, women, singles, teens, and children.
Currently, there are many young men and women who serve as full-time missionaries for the church around the world. Missionaries pay their own way. They do it at their own expense, and they work for 60 to 70 hours per week in doing proselytizing and community service.
The church is widely known for its missionaries. However, there's more to us. We are known for our
genealogical records, temples, strong families,
humanitarian assistance,
and the world-famous Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
We follow Jesus Christ.
Strong families are central to Latter-day Saint beliefs and practice. Church members believe that marriages and families can endure beyond death.
Latter-day Saints worldwide set aside Monday evenings for Family Home Evening. So this is a time when families get together to enjoy educational and spiritual activities, give service, and just have fun. In our homes, we emphasize the importance of spirituality, hard work, good citizenship, education, service to others, and honesty.
The Family Values Award is given by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to recognize the honorable efforts of moral, upstanding community leaders who are striving to advance standards and values that are consistent with the Church's position on the sanctity of the family.
I value so much the hospitality and the generosity of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, that their declaration on the family, when I read it first, I thought it was from the Vatican.
Whenever we find people like those who are seated with me here today, who support families, who help children, who are anxious to be sure that marriages succeed, that fathers and mothers are strong in the home, those are the people that we honor, and we hope that we can continue to promote those values.
The humanitarian service program of the Church, as embodied by LDS Charities, represents the teaching that we as Latter-day Saints are supposed to respond to the needs of those who are suffering. And so as members of the Church, we reach out and help across nationalities, race, religion, or even political affiliation.
Each year, millions of people are impacted by floods, earthquakes, typhoons, and other disasters. The Church gathers donations of food, clothes, medical supplies, and relief items for distribution on short notice.
What we saw was an immediate response on the part of different organizations to be part of that. And we have Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints that made substantial and major contributions to this effort. It's a true Bayanihan spirit.
LDS Charities' Clean Water Initiative involves communities in the planning and implementation to provide access to sustainable potable water sources. The objective of the Church Vision Care program is to strengthen eye care services to the poor by supplying essential technical training, vision screening equipment, supplies, and organizational support to assist local eye care professionals and programs. Many people with disabilities in the Philippines need a wheelchair. The Church partners with community service organizations and trains their members to assess clients, prescribe a device, and follow up with support.
Nagpasalamat ako sa LDS na i-donate sila wheelchair na po ba. Nihanda ko kung salamat kay magamit na po sa kasap.
As many as 10% of all newborns have breathing difficulties at birth. LDS Charities works with the Department of Health and Philippine Society of Newborn Medicine to identify areas of need and provide volunteer physicians and nurses to instruct birth attendants in neonatal resuscitation instruction. The LDS Charities Food Initiative teaches families about food production, nutrition, and how to store food. Through workshops, they learn to grow vegetables and fruits or raise small animals appropriate to their circumstances.
Mormon Helping Hands is a priesthood-directed church program that provides community service and disaster relief to those in need. The Mormon Helping Hands designation helps identify the church's role in the activity to provide service labors and usually not goods or materials.
For any kind of service para sa mga taong nangangailangan, pagka meron na salanta ng bagyo or any other service na gusto nila na i-provide namin, ginagawa po namin yung for free. Dahil po ito sa gusto namin na masunod namin yung ginagawa ni Jesus Christ na mag-serve sa mga tao.
Latter-day Saints research their family history to connect generations in eternal family units. They believe that families can be sealed or joined together forever through special priesthood blessings performed in sacred temples. The Church has family history centers throughout the world, which provide genealogical records and services for free to any who are interested. FamilySearch.org one of the most heavily trafficked genealogy sites in the world, provides much of the church's genealogical data to internet users for free.
Latter-day Saint temples are considered houses of God. They provide a place where church members make formal promises and commitments to God. They're also a place where the highest form of sacrament, which is the temple marriage, where couples will be sealed for time and for all eternity.
As we review the phenomenal membership growth of the church in this land and the wonderful fruits that came with it, we should realize that all of this we do because we want to follow the teaching of our Savior Jesus Christ. We will set our course for the years to come by following His example. And yes, the best is yet to come.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is a rapidly growing worldwide church. From 1955, when the land was first dedicated to missionary work, the church has expanded and grown to greater heights. No matter where Mormons live, they find themselves part of a network of mutual concern. In Mormon theology, everyone is a minister of a kind. Everyone is empowered in some way to do good to others and to have good done unto them. It is a 21st century covenant of caring.
Members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, commonly known as Mormons, can be found at every level of society: in business and agriculture, education and the sciences, political parties and the government, and the entertainment industry and the news media. Anyone is welcome to attend our Sunday services in any of our church's chapels. The church has no paid clergy, and local volunteer members lead, teach, and serve in the church, providing programs for men, women, singles, teens, and children.
Currently, there are many young men and women who serve as full-time missionaries for the church around the world. Missionaries pay their own way. They do it at their own expense, and they work for 60 to 70 hours per week in doing proselytizing and community service.
The church is widely known for its missionaries. However, there's more to us. We are known for our
genealogical records, temples, strong families,
humanitarian assistance,
and the world-famous Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
We follow Jesus Christ.
Strong families are central to Latter-day Saint beliefs and practice. Church members believe that marriages and families can endure beyond death.
Latter-day Saints worldwide set aside Monday evenings for Family Home Evening. So this is a time when families get together to enjoy educational and spiritual activities, give service, and just have fun. In our homes, we emphasize the importance of spirituality, hard work, good citizenship, education, service to others, and honesty.
The Family Values Award is given by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to recognize the honorable efforts of moral, upstanding community leaders who are striving to advance standards and values that are consistent with the Church's position on the sanctity of the family.
I value so much the hospitality and the generosity of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, that their declaration on the family, when I read it first, I thought it was from the Vatican.
Whenever we find people like those who are seated with me here today, who support families, who help children, who are anxious to be sure that marriages succeed, that fathers and mothers are strong in the home, those are the people that we honor, and we hope that we can continue to promote those values.
The humanitarian service program of the church, as embodied by LDS Charities, represents the teaching that we as Latter-day Saints are supposed to respond to the needs of those who are suffering. And so as members of the church, we reach out and help across nationalities, race, religion, or even political affiliation.
Each year, millions of people are impacted by floods, earthquakes, typhoons, and other disasters. The church gathers donations of food, clothes, medical supplies, and relief items for distribution on short notice.
What we saw was an immediate response on the part of different organizations to be part of that. And we have Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints that made substantial and major contributions to this effort. It's a true Bayanihan spirit.
LDS Charities Clean Water Initiative involves communities in the planning and implementation to provide access to sustainable potable water sources. The objective of the Church Vision Care program is to strengthen eye care services to the poor by supplying essential technical training, vision screening equipment, supplies, and organizational support to assist local eye care professionals and programs. Many people with disabilities in the Philippines need a wheelchair. The church partners with community service organizations and trains their members to assess clients, prescribe a device, and follow up with support.
Nagpasalamat ako sa LDS nga i-donate sila wheelchair na po ba. Nganda ko kung pasalamat kay magamit na po sa dasap.
As many as 10% of all newborns have breathing difficulties at birth. LDS Charities works with the Department of Health and Philippine Society of Newborn Medicine to identify areas of need and provide volunteer physicians and nurses to instruct birth attendants in neonatal resuscitation instruction. The LDS Charities Food Initiative teaches families about food production, nutrition, and how to store food. Through workshops, they learn to grow vegetables and fruits or raise small animals appropriate to their circumstances.
Mormon Helping Hands is a priesthood-directed church program that provides community service and disaster relief to those in need. The Mormon Helping Hands designation helps identify the church's role in the activities to provide service labors and usually not goods or materials.
For any kind of service para sa mga taong nangangailangan, pagka meron nasalanta ng bagyo or any other service na gusto nila na i-provide namin, ginagawa po namin yun for free. Dahil po ito sa gusto namin na masunod namin yung ginagawa ni Jesus Christ na mag-serve sa mga tao.
Latter-day Saints research their family history to connect generations in eternal family units. They believe that families can be sealed or joined together forever through special priesthood blessings performed in sacred temples. The Church has family history centers throughout the world, which provide genealogical records and services for free to any who are interested. FamilySearch.org, one of the most heavily trafficked genealogy sites in the world, provides much of the Church's genealogical data to Internet users for free.
Latter-day Saint temples are considered houses of
And now, on our own with our hope in the clouds, and we start ease and wait. Let the journey take you where it wants to. We'll continue to find our way through anything we face. We got what it takes. Here we go!
And when I am a mom or dad, us become what He wants us to be. This is how He shares His love for the families of God.
I believe that among the greatest lessons we're to learn in this short sojourn upon the earth are lessons that help us distinguish between what is important and what is not. And what is most important almost always involves the people around us. Often we assume that they must know how much we love them, but we should never assume. We should let them know. Wrote William Shakespeare, "They do not love that do not show their love." Despite the changes which come into our lives, may we fill our days as much as we can with those things which matter most. May we cherish those we hold dear and express our love to them in word and in deed. Send that note to a friend you've been neglecting. Give your child a hug. Give your parents a hug. Say, "I love you" more. Always express your thanks. Never let a problem to be solved become more important than a person to be loved.
Heading out on our own with our hope in the clouds, and we're starting to see that we're onto something. Feel it coming, we'll keep running, nothing in our way, and we got no reason to wait. Let the journey take you where it wants to. We'll continue to find our way through anything we face. We got what it takes. Here we go. All we need is an open road and a chance to see a never-ending world that's beautiful. Here we go with the sunlight on our skin. It's a brand new day. It's begins.
Strengthen all their children. example to each family member. And when I am a mom or dad, so glad I'll help my family remember. God gave us families to help us become what He wants us to be. This is how He shares His love for the families of God.
Are lessons that help us distinguish between what is important and what is not. And what is most important almost always involves the people around us. Often we assume that they must know how much we love them, but we should never assume. We should let them know. Wrote William Shakespeare, "They do not love that do not show their love." Despite the changes which come into our lives, may we fill our days as much as we can with those things which matter most. May we cherish those we hold dear and express our love to them in word and in deed. Send that note to the friend you've been neglecting. Give your child a hug. Give your parents a hug. Say, "I love you" more. Always express your thanks. Never let a problem to be solved become more important than a person to be loved.
Heading out on our own with our hope in the clouds, and we're starting to see that we're onto something. Feel it coming, we'll keep running, nothing in our way, and we got no reason to wait. Let the journey take you where it wants to. We'll continue to find our way through anything we face. We got what it takes. Here we go. All we need is an open road and a chance to see a never-ending world that's beautiful. Here we go with the sunlight on our skin. It's a brand new day. It's ours to take, and we will let it in. This is where the adventure begins. Got
Our Father has a family. It's me, it's you, all others too. We are His children. He sent each one of us to earth through birth to live and learn here in families. God gave us families to help us become what He wants us to be. This is how He shares His love for the families of God. A father's place is to preside, provide, to love and teach the gospel to his children. A father leads in family prayer to share their love for Father in heaven. A mother's purpose is to care, prepare, to nurture and to strengthen all her children. She teaches children to obey, to pray, to love and serve in the family. God gave us families to help us become what He wants us to be. This is how He shares His love for the families of God. I love and serve my family and be a good example to each family member. And when I am a mom, so glad I'll help my family remember. God gave us families to help.
I believe that among the greatest lessons we're to learn in this short sojourn upon the earth are lessons that help us distinguish between what is important and what is not. And what is most important almost always involves the people around us. Often we assume that they must know how much we love them, but we should never assume. We should let them know. Wrote William Shakespeare, "They do not love that do not show their love." Despite the changes which come into our lives, may we fill our days as much as we can with those things which matter most. May we cherish those we hold dear and express our love to them in word and in deed. Send that note to a friend you've been neglecting. Give your child a hug. Give your parents a hug. Say, "I love you" more. Always express your thanks. Never let a problem to be solved become more important than a person to be loved.
on hope that this forum will further everyone's awareness and family dynamics, issues, and challenges that strive with changing perspectives and times. This will likewise be an opportunity for the Church of differing perspectives to share their respective responses and commitments to supporting and strengthening families and upholding commendable positive family values. So sa punto kong ito, mga kaibigan, opisyal na natin sisimulan ang ating programa. Diyos marahay na hapon sa liwat, Bicol University. Good afternoon, dear participants, viewers, and attendees. We are now live on Bicol University official FB page and the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints e-Historia. So napapanood po tayo ngayon sa buong mundo, hindi lamang dito sa Bicol. So welcome to the Interfaith Family Forum, brought to you by the Bicol University Extension Management Division with the BUC Extension Program Office, headed by the Humanities Department, the Church of the Latter-day Saints, Legazpi Philippine State, and other cooperating agencies. My name is Lynn Valia Hugo, a faculty member of the Languages, Arts, and Literature Department of Bicol University College of Education, your facilitator for this afternoon's Family Forum. Ako po ay isang ina at may bahay. Tara, samahan po ako, usapang pamilya po ito. Kaya, sit back and relax, mga kaibigan, mga kapamilya, sisimulan na natin ang ating usapan ang pamilya sa hapong ito. Ready na po ba kayo? Parang hindi kayo masaya. Okay, before we start our panel discussion, gusto ko munang i-acknowledge the presence of our dear participants. Pwede ko po bang makita yung ating mga bisita mula sa Barangay 15, Ilawod Street. Ayan, Barangay 15 o Market. Tama ba ako? So, palagpakan natin. Kaway-kaway po tayo. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga kasamang nanay, kapamilya. Kasama din natin ang ilang faculty mula sa Bicol University. Palakpakan din po natin College of Education Humanities Department. At syempre, meron din po tayo mga magulang mula sa Bucels Elementary and High School Department. Ayan po si Ma'am. Kaway-kaway po dyan. Okay. And of course, ang ating mga bisita, mga kasama kapatid po natin sa Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. Kaway-kaway po tayo. Ayan, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. And of course, kasama din natin ang ating mga minamahal na bisita mula sa iba't ibang mga government agencies na makakasama natin sa hapong ito. Okay? So, dahil sabi nga, family is love, gusto ko makakita ng finger heart or heart. Ayan. Diba? Family is love. Okay? Or smiley. Pakita natin ang ating masayang ngiti. Libre lang naman yan. So, mahirap antukin dahil delikado yung oras. Kaya dapat, galaw-galaw po tayo para hindi kayo umanaw. Okay. So, before we proceed with the presentation, let me hear, siguro, may I see your, happy faces. Yan, parang malungkot kasi yung mood natin. So, baka ang peligro, antukin kayo. So, let us first see thumbs up reaction. Thumbs up. Finger heart. Ayan. O, kasama natin yung mga nasa live streaming ngayon siguro. Ano po? So, thank you very much. To give us the objectives and mechanics of the panel discussion and forum, may I call on the BUC Guidance Counselor and Program Advisor for BSN Values Education, Dr. Maribel M. Nas. Masigabong palakpakan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My task this afternoon is to give you the objectives and the mechanics of this forum. But before that, let us have first a recap of what we had this morning. There were 5 parent sharers who discussed that they typically experienced in their family, their coping mechanisms, the lessons learned from those experiences, and how they will do better to cope with the changing times and perspectives. We also had the discussants who are experts in their respective fields. We have psychologist, a registered psychologist, Professor Salvacion Villafuerte, the parish priest of Taysan Parish Catholic Church, Father Rex Arjona, the Seventh-day Adventist pastor, we have Pastor Joven Hitosis, the first counselor, State Presidency, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, President Honorato Sarto. Yun na po. Wala nang dagdag. I'm sorry. Okay. We also had, ito po yung takeaways na nakuha ko po kanina. Sabi po ng isang panelist or ng expert or ng discussant, we should thrive or triumph amidst the challenges in life. If you were able to grow, you are doing it right. Family is a mission. Our mission to the rest of society is to share the faith. We are aiming for a perfect family, but just an effective one. Let's not have the shoulds and should not. You establish your family not according to the standards of others. Okay? So, let me proceed with the task given to me. The general objective of this activity is to engage the parents and increase their awareness and promote advocacy of building a strong family. And this is also in support of the vision of Bicol University of building a university for humanity. For the specific objective, I just have one here, to discuss or explain the plans and programs of the 5 invited agencies or departments, such as Department of Health, Department of Justice, Department of Social Welfare and Development, Philippine Army, and the Department of Education to address the issues and challenges that the Filipino families encounter. For the mechanics of the forum, number 1, the panel of discussants is composed of representatives from DOH, DOJ, DSWD, military, and DepEd, and they will be introduced later. Number 2, each speaker will be given 10 to 15 minutes to deliver his talk. Number 3, the discussion must focus on the issue at hand with due consideration of the challenges encountered by the families, strategies used on how to overcome them, and coping mechanisms to deal with the changing times and perspectives. Number 4, for the Q&A portion, questions should stipulate as to whom it is being addressed. If they are directed to all the speakers, the facilitator is tasked to determine the sequence. Number 5, to avoid redundancy or repetition of the questions raised, the master of ceremony or the committee shall take charge of classifying or screening the questions. And number 6, questions must be short and direct to the point. With that, I would like to say thank you and good afternoon.
Marvelous, Dr. Ness. Okay, so mukhang seryoso ulit ang ating audience. Inuulit ko, hapon ito, so dapat ilabas ang ating masasayang ngiti. Dahil usapang pamilya ito, di ba? Pag pamilya, so alam natin na kanina, hindi ko sa live streaming kanina ng presentation at sharing ng ilang mga bisita. So medyo seryoso talaga, no? Pag pamilya, para pang MNK. Diba? Pang maalaala mo kaya yung kanilang mga ganas, kasi ganas sa experience nila, mga na-share nila. So talagang very challenging kung pipiliin mo magkaroon ng pamilya. So pagpanghamon. Kaya sa hapong ito, para bigyan tayo at magabayan tayo, pwede natin, at saan pwede humingi ng saklolo o tulong kapag ang pamilya natin kasama din natin ang mga taga-barangay Bitano. Wala lang, dito na natin yung mga taga-barangay 15. Barangay 15 ng Legazpi. Kasama pa natin ang The Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, ang ating mga officers and members, ang ating mga kasama kapamilya mula sa Bicol University, at syempre ang ating mga bisita. So, sa tingin ko, ready na. Okay? So, may I introduce you at this point? May I introduce you our speakers for this afternoon. So, kapag na-introduce ko po kayo, aayahin ko po kayo na dumaan po dito at diretso na po dito sa ating magagandang upuan. Okay po ba? So, at this point, may I introduce you our first speaker. Our guest speaker today graduated with a degree in Bachelor of Science in Accountancy from the University of Santo Tomas, Manila in 2004. After passing the licensure examination for Certified Public Accountant, she worked as a computer systems auditor at Joaquin Cunan and Company, now at PricewaterhouseCoopers in Manila. Yearning to learn more, she went back to UST Manila, studied law, and graduated with a degree in Bachelor of Law in 2009. In the same year, she took the bar examinations while Typhoon Udoy was flooding Metro Manila. Immediately after passing the bar exams, she served as public attorney of Public Attorney's Office, Lucena City District Office, and Taxation Law Professor at Manuel S. Inverga University Foundation School of Law for 3 years before marrying an Uragon and settling down in Derega Albay. A year later, she joined the Department of Justice Regional Prosecution Office in 2014 as Associate Prosecution Attorney and was promoted to Assistant Regional Prosecutor a year later. Not stopping there, she was privileged with a scholarship at the Philippine Public Safety College and graduated with Masters of Public Safety Administration in February of this year. Her policy paper heavily discussed the cybersecurity landscape of the Philippines in the midst of issues of defacement of government agency websites. Aside from her usual legal and litigation work in DOJ, she advocates women empowerment through delivering lectures on violence against women and being active in GCI Verga, a non-government organization, and represents DOJ in various interagency committees on labor, health, youth, women, and disaster preparedness. Friends, let us welcome our first speaker, Assistant Regional Prosecutor Janet S. Alvarez Uy. Attorney. So, nakilala na natin ang ating first speaker. Our second speaker for today, pili na lang kayo, ma'am. Our speaker graduated with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Social Work, batch 2018 in BU College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. In year 2018 to 2019, she worked at DSWD NCR under Minors Traveling Abroad Unit as Social Welfare Officer 2, and in year 2019 to 2021, she served as focal person in International Social Services, catering dismissed and undocumented overseas Filipinos and their families. At present, she is a children focal person under Protective Services Division and currently taking up Master of Science in Social Work at Philippine Women's University. Friends, let us welcome Ms. Ida Lorraine M. Pereira, Social Welfare Officer 2 of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Region 5. Ayan po. Okay, so kilalanin din natin ang ating third speaker. Our third speaker is from the Department of Education. He is one of key persons of DepEd Schools Division of Albay under the SEED, or Instructional Management Section. She is currently the Education Program Supervisor in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao charge of the private schools under SDO Albay. As the X and ESP, she has been involved in different activities, projects, such as the launching of K-PO program in 2018 that aimed to revive the fading Filipino values, particularly paggalang at pagsunod. Previously, she was designated as the Division Testing Coordinator. Moreover, she has taken important roles not just in education, but also in matters concerning children and women. As she was previously the focal person for child protection as well as for violence against women and children prevention. Her vast knowledge and experience has deemed her a reputable member of DepEd and resource speaker worthy of recognition. Friends, let us welcome Ma'am Judith Palacio Restupo. Okay. So, isa na lang. Eto na. Relax lang kayo. Our fourth speaker. Okay. Our fourth speaker for this afternoon is from Philippine Army. Okay. She graduated from Bicol University with a bachelor's degree in peace studies in 2011, cum laude, and was awarded as the outstanding alumni in 2019. In the same year, she was a first lieutenant and the lone female officer of 20 Infantry Battalion who was designated as commanding officer of the newly activated Delta Company. The same year, she was a presidential awardee of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Aside from her achievement in the military, one of the greatest achievements that she considers is being a mother. Today, truly she is a proof that a woman and a mother can shine in a field mostly dominated by males. Moreover, even though she focused on her work as a person who ensures the safety of the country, she is a loving mother who wishes her family to live in a peaceful and safe country. Mga kaibigan, salubungin natin ang masigabong palakpakan, si Captain Michelle F. Estades. Okay, so, bakit ba pagkatapos? Pwede rin kayong pwede rin po kayong mag-occupy po dun sa unahan. Okay, so, pwede nila gamitin siguro ang podium na to. Ayan. Okay. So, pwede po kayo dun sa isang upuan para at least hindi po para may physical distancing. Okay. Napansin ko, lahat babae ang ating bisita. Okay. Pero, sige. So, lahat sila mga ilaw ng tahanan. Kasama po ako. Wala tayong ngayong haligi ng tahanan, sabi sa mga tatay. So, sige, makikiraan po ako. Ano po? So, batay po kanina sa ating, nagbigay sa ating likali si Dr. Maribel Nas na pwede po nabigyan sila ng 10 minutes para i-share. Ano ba nga ba yung mga programa? Ano ba nga ba ang mga pwede nating hinging tulong mula sa kanilang mga agency pagdating sa mga usaping pamilya. Okay? So, bibigay na natin ang mikropono. Game na po ba kayo? O nasa gandang buhay tayo ngayon? Di ba sa pagandang buhay dapat align yung audience? Palakpakan muna. Walang hinaantok. Wala kayong prize mamaya. Okay? So, okay na? Anayahan natin si Prosecutor Janet Alvarez Uy. Okay? So, ma'am, ito po ang mikropono. Okay, sige po.
Magandang hapon. Hindi po ako prepared. Wala po nabanggit sa letter na may 10 minutes speech. Pero just the same po as sinabi po ni ma'am, kung ano daw po yung mga challenges that our office encounters regarding family matters. It is very, very applicable. Sa aking panahon na po tayong lumayo, I am assigned to a family court. The cases I encounter every week are cases of incestuous rape. hiwalayan po ng mag-asawa, in specific crimes. In a way, nakakalungkot because I, on the first hand, witnesses how families are destroyed by this kind of evils. But in a way, I realize that maybe this assignment of mine in a family court is also an avenue for me to raise awareness regarding what a family should be viewed upon. Hindi lang po porque magkakasama po tayo sa isang bahay bilang isang pamilya ay matatawag na po talagang pamilya. There are times that we have to be separated from them. Even though physically away from each other, the essence of the family is still maintained if we will also maintain the peace in the family. Kaya nga po nakikita ko po sa mga kliyente ko, mostly are children, minors. Most of them are even ka-age ng mga anak ko din. I can see on them na after what happened to them, after the bad things that, for example, their uncles, their fathers, their nephews, even their neighbors did to them, nakikita pa rin nila na kahit hindi na sila magkasama sa bahay, they found families. Not on people who are connected with them through blood, but through people like us who are willing to help them heal and be reintegrated back to the society. And that, I guess, is one of the beautiful and rewarding things that I can say that my job offers, that I get to see this kind of result. After the litigation, after the trial, I can get to see that these children heal in time. So, having said so, that is one of the challenges of our office, the DOJ, specifically the Regional Prosecution Office in Rawis, Legazpi City, have main programs, 6 main programs in the administration of justice. We offer child protection program. We also maintain DOJ Action Center. We also have this Interagency Council Against Trafficking. We also have Office of the Cybercrime, Victims Compensation Program, and the Witness Protection Program. I believe that among these programs that I have mentioned, you are most familiar with the Witness Protection Program. And we offer this program for persons who have witnessed or has knowledge of the commission of crime. We tend to protect them against economic reprisals as well as difficulties from economic dislocation. As of now, we have a handful of beneficiaries of this program. Aside from livelihood, we also offer them a safe place of temporary residence, and we even extend these benefits to some of their family members. And second, that I think you are most familiar with is the Victims Compensation Program. We offer this for victims of arbitrary or illegal detention, also those who have been wrongfully accused of a crime. When we say wrongfully accused of a crime, he or she should eventually be declared innocent by the court. But sadly, the amount is limited only to 10,000 pesos. We are seeking an amendment of this law to raise the amount to an amount that would really be considered compensation for the victims' long years of incarceration. We also have the one I think most important council with us is the Interagency Council Against Trafficking. On a nationwide perspective, the Philippines had been doing well when it comes to combating trafficking against persons. We previously started with Tier 3. It means it is the lowest standard among countries in the world who or which implement trafficking laws. But right now, we already advanced to Tier 1. It means we are already meeting the global standards of combating trafficking against persons. And wag na po kayong magtataka, kahit dito pa lang po sa Bicol, we already have lots of cases on trafficking. Why? Because Bicol is very geographically attractive among traffickers. We are accessible by land, by the sea, and also by the air. Hello, Sunshine. Hello. Ay, okay na po. Nagpahinga lang po ba siya? Sorry. Okay. So this Council Against Trafficking conducts numerous lectures, awareness campaigns, and even assist the victims of these traffickers to be reintegrated back to the society through integration and intervention programs. We also have minor programs with the DOJ, and the most famous of which among our fellow government agencies is our offer of lectures of different laws. And we also have interagency committees on almost every branch or every area of interest, like labor, women empowerment, youth, etc. So right now, we have one regional office here in Rawis. We have 6 provincial prosecution offices in all provinces of Bicol, and we have 7 city prosecution offices, specifically in Iligan, Ligao, Tabaco, Sorsogon, Legazpi City, Naga, and Masbate. So for all your inquiries, we already have a standing memorandum of agreement with the Philippine National Police regarding a close collaboration on case build-up. So you can be assured that even at the initial stage of filing the complaint and evidence gathering, the prosecution and the law enforcers are working hand in hand and in close collaboration to ensure that the complaint will be rightfully filed and eventually will be prosecuted and ultimately will result to the conviction of the guilty. With that being said, thank you so much for listening, and may we have a fruitful afternoon.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Prosecutor Janet Alvarez Uy. Okay, so sa puntong to, pakinggan din natin ang ating second speaker, Ma'am Ida from Department of Social Welfare and Development.
Hello everyone, good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon po sa aking mga kasamahan and sa ating mga participants here and as well as online. So it's nice to meet you all, and especially si Sir De Rosa, na meet na kami prior, no, sir, sa isang radio guesting. So big celebration din yun. So on behalf of our regional director, Norman Azario, and our family focal, Miss JG Masangke, I am Ida Lorraine Pereira po, a social welfare officer too, and assigned at DSWD Field Office 5 under Protective Services Division. So, napakaganda po ng avenue na ito to discuss different programs and services ng DSWD. Ano po? So, actually, as you all know, DSWD, kung narinig nyo na po ang aming mga services, no, pagdating sa pamilya o maging individual, no, sabi nila from womb to tomb. Mula nang ikaw ay ipinanganak hanggang sa ikaw ay mamatay, mayroong services si DSWD, no. So with regards, no, sa ating family, as we all know, family is the basic unit of society. That's why we are very humbled to be invited here to present our programs and services, no? So sa dami po ng programs and services ng DSWD, I will just present some na pwede nyo po, or baka familiar na din kayo or hindi pa kayo familiar, no? So we have what we call the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. So I know, meron po ba ditong 4-piece beneficiary sa atin? O ayun, sila ma'am. No? So I believe you are very much familiar with this kahit hindi kayo single beneficiaryo. So, ang Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program po, no, is a national poverty reduction strategy ng programa ng DSWD, and aside from that, it serves as a human capital investment program. Bakit po? Kasi aside sa nagbibigay po tayo ng grants, ito po kasi ay considered as may condition. So parang conditional cash transfer po ang nangyayari. So ang isang pamilya ay mabibigyan po ng grant, pero may mga kapalit na kondisyones. Dapat po sila, no, ay continuously nabibigay ng mga magulang yung mga pangangailangan ng kanilang mga anak in terms of basic needs as well as health, and dapat na isisiguro na ang mga bata ay nakakapasok sa kanilang mga paaral. Opo. Meron niyang required na percentage na dapat ganitong percent, 85 I think, percentage na dapat ang attendance rate ng isang bata sa paaralan. So with that, nasisiguro natin, kapalit ng ating ibinibigay na serbisyo, siguro natin na ang mga bata ay nakakapag-aral at may-ari magkaroon ng magandang kinabukasan. So another, no, since itong Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program basically focus on the family, meron po itong mga monthly family development sessions tayo. Dito nagtatakal po tayo ng mga appropriate topics to improve yung parenting capabilities ng isang magulang. So, ayun po. So, aside po sa 40s, I'm not sure if narinig nyo na po ito na aming programa, but it is called the Yakap Bayan Program. So, basically, isa po itong social technology project na ang direct implementer ay ang ating mga local government units. So, ang Yakap Bayan Program ay nire-replicate po ng mga LGUs na gustong mag-replicate at nag-forge po tayo ng MOA with them. No? After that, we will train these LGUs para mas makapacitate po sila kung paano i-handle ang mga kliyente dito sa programa na ito. Ang mga kliyente po natin dito ay ang ating mga recovering persons who use drugs. No po? Kasi dati sabi nila, nung nagkaroon ng Oplan Tukhang, no, parang during that time is wala talaga tayong aftercare program para sa ating RP Woods. No, with this, dinevelop natin ito para matulungan yung ating mga RP Woods na nakapag-undergo na ng primary treatment, no, para magtuloy-tuloy ng recovery. No? Makikita niyo sa susunod na slide. Yan, ang ating general objective dito ay ang ating mga recovery Yakap Bayan Program clients ay magkaroon ng improved social functioning, and sila ay eventually ma-reintegrate pabalik sa kanilang mga pamilya. As we all know, ang usapin ng droga ay talaga namang malaking issue, di ba, sa isang pamilya. This can make or this can break a family. That's why, pagdating sa recovery journey ng isang RP Woods, sinasabi na dapat po, ang journey nila dapat kasama nila ang kanilang pamilya. After all, ang kanilang pamilya yung kanilang babalikan at tutulong sa kanila, sa kanilang recovery journey. So another, kung makikita niyo po sa inyong sa screen po natin, nakikita niyo dyan, no, yung treatment, aftercare, and then the end goal is the social reintegration. Maibalik siya sa kanyang community. The next po, kasi na madami, ano? We have parent effectiveness service trainings. Usually, currently, ibinibigay po namin ito sa mga child development workers natin. Pero ayun, napagod lang din siya sa grad. So, ayan. Ang parent effectiveness service training po, kadalasan sa mga child development workers natin ibinibigay, no? Bakit? Kasi, syempre, maaari natin sabihin na yung mga magulang nila ay mga bagong magulang. Sabi nga nila, wala namang magulang na magaling agad na maging magulang. That's why with this parent effectiveness service, ang layunin po nito, no? This was developed, no, to expand the knowledge, skills, and provide appropriate to improve the attitude of our parents in terms of parenting. And we would like to help parents, or even yung mga parent substitutes natin, to assume the major educational role in child's rearing, growth, and development. So sabi niya, ang pagmamagulang ay isang parang kanin na hindi mo basta-basta pwedeng iluwa, no? Dahil napasok ka. So sabi dito, it involves parenting, it involves protecting the life of a child. Nakasalalay dyan yung buhay ng isang bata. Kaya layunin po ng PES na matulungan yung ating mga magulang na mas maging mabuting magulang, magkaroon ng sapat na kaalaman kung paano ang pagmamagulang. Ano po? And next slide po, you will see, sige po, next po. Ayan yung mga modules na ating ibinibigay. Actually, marami po siya, no? Kung titingnan. Pero napakaganda ng mga nilalaman ng modules na yan. Nag-uumpisa po yan sa kanyang sarili, sa parent mismo. Diyan tinitingnan at tinuturo sa kanila kung paano magkaroon ng isang paano mag-build yung kanilang self-esteem, yung kanilang self-image. Kasi after all, manggagaling at magmumula ang mga values ng isang bata sa kung sino ang kanyang magulang. And so on. No po, andyan din yung understanding Filipino family, ano yung challenges of parenting, child development, preventing child abuse, na napakahalaga po sa atin ngayon, no? Building child's positive behavior, health and nutrition, home management, and how to take care of the environment. And after that, we also have this ERPAT, na tinatawag, or Empowerment Reaffirmation of Paternal Abilities. Dito naman, nakafocus siya sa mga tatay, no? So dito, we envision na ang mga father will be a responsible father who are committed, disciplined, knowledgeable, and highly appreciative in carrying out effective paternal roles and responsibilities. So dito basically, ang kinakapacitate natin ay yung mga tatay na mas na-appreciate pa nila yung kanilang mga roles, no? And malaman nila ano yung mga responsibilities nila bilang ama sa kanilang mga anak. So ayan. Next slide, ang ating target beneficiaries po dito ay yung mga tatay, no, who needs better knowledge, attitude, and skills on fathering and are unable to cope with familiar responsibilities. Kaya minsan, ang mga LGUs na mayroong ERPAT, yung mga RP woods nila na hinahandle ay gino-join din nila dito para po kasi itong isang grupo ng mga ama na maaaring maging support groups at maaaring maging advocates, no po, laban sa iba't ibang mga issues na kinakaharap natin ngayon. So, ang nag-i-implement po nito, technically, ay ating LSWDO. Kasi ang mga programs and services ng DSWD, ang karamihan, o ang iba, ay devolved na sa LGUs with the Mandanas-Garcia ruling. But, hindi po kami nawawala kasi sa pagbibigay ng technical assistance and resource augmentation sa kanila. No? And syempre, pinaka-key, po dito, important key player po dito, yung mga tatay. No po. And, sige po, sorry, medyo mahaba. Ayan, last na po, sa ating, sige, next po. Yan. Ito po ay, sabi nakalagay kasi sa letter, mga program, services, and activities. So, ito po, recently lamang po ito naming activity, no po. Ito po ay national po ito. So, lahat ng region, meron po nito. So, sa atin po, nagkakaroon tayo ng national search for natatanging pamilyang Pilipino. Nag-start ito last year, and continuously, ginagawa natin siya, no? So, dito, hina-highlight lang natin na gusto nating ma-acknowledge yung mga families na nagtataglay, no, ng resiliency, courage, and strength, no, despite yung mga kinakaharap nating major eligible para dito. Next slide. Yan. Next slide po. Ang mga eligible natin ay yung mga family members, no? As long as they are Filipino citizens. Pwede po. Basta Filipino citizens and you have good moral character. Yung family ay mayroong good moral character and without criminal record. And regardless kung ano po yung kanilang socio-economic income, pwede pong maging nominee dito sa national search na ito. So, ayan. So, ang nag-nominate po, usually ay ang mga local government units and yung ating mga accredited na CSOs. So, ayun lamang po para sa DSWD, and kung may mga questions po tayo, I am willing to answer as long as I can. So, ayun po, thank you very much and have a fruitful afternoon to all of us. Thank you.
Okay, mas lalong palakpakan para sa ating second speaker, Ma'am Ida from DSWD. So sa puntong ito, narito naman po ang ating bisita mula sa Department of Education, SDO Albay, Ma'am Judith. Okay, gusto niya rin po sa amin. Okay, sige po Ma'am.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon po to the organizers, your respect. And I would like to thank the organizers po for this. Thank you very much po. This is an opportunity for us to bond with the Church of the Latter-day Saints and of course the University. We acknowledge the presence of our special guests. Kayo ang special guests namin, yung mga nandito pong mga parents, and if we have students here viewing us, so good afternoon po. What about us? So, DepEd po. May presentation ako, sir. Usually, I start my session with that. Kumusta tayong lahat? Ako, kumusta okay na okay. I'm very thankful, as I have said. It's indeed a very enriching experience for us. This morning, may mga sessions kayo. So, we move on to the next, please. Okay. So, I have opted to start my talk with that. Kasi, nung nabasa ko yung film, Filipino Families Responding to Changing Perspectives and Times. Symbolically, the nest, of course, represents the home. And we are there, and vision is for us. We are merging our efforts to help strengthen that nest of the family, Filipino families. Kaya yung DepEd po is also here with you this afternoon. So, let me share with you our share in strengthening the homes of our Filipino families. Okay? Yes. Usually, ang tagline ko, ano ang sinasabi ko usually? Tao po. Bakit po? Kasi yung lahat ng programs that I handle, lahat, I consider it as a mission. Bakit? Nandiyan yung ESP, nandiyan yung guidance program. Sabi ko lahat, missionary. ESP curriculum, yung ano ang share ng, the share in the strengthening of our Filipino families, we would be always going back to the curriculum that we deliver. So, it's edukasyon sa pagpapakatao before, sino tayo dito? Produkto siguro tayo ng GMRC. During your time, ano pa yun? Good manners and right conduct. Then later, it's ikaw. Then, this time, it's edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. Also for secondary. There was also a time it was called edukasyon sa pagpapahalaga. Now, how do we contribute? We contribute, of course, to the delivery of instruction of the curriculum. And what is our goal? The epicenter of the image, that's our conceptual framework sa pagtuturo ng ESP na kapag siya at kumikilos ng mapanagutan tungo sa kabutihang panlat. That's our ultimate goal in the delivery of ESP curriculum. So to make that possible, we develop in your students, in our students, the skills of pagninilay, pagsambuni, pagpapasya, pag-unawa at pagkilos. At makikita po ninyo, you can see there that to make that possible, we have these themes. First is pananagutan pansarili, that's for grade 7. Then grade 8, it's sa katagalan ng pamilya. And that's a very critical content. That's a very critical content for grade 8. Yung pangatlo po is tungkol sa paggawa, and then that's for grade 9, and then for grade 10, it's all about preferensya sa kabutihan. Pagka-Diyos at preferensya sa kabutihan. In elementary, you will notice na yung katatagan ng pamilya is being taught quarterly, meaning from grades 1 to 6, sila tuturo yung tungkol sa katatagan ng pamilya. But in secondary, yan po ang example ko sa inyo, that's for grade 1, you would see there the content standard, it's all about family. Okay? Tapos, performance standard siya. Then we move on to the next slide. That's for grade 8. You would notice that katatagan ng pamilya is the theme or the content for grade 8. All from quarters 1 to 4, lahat po yung katatagan ng pamilya. Doon mismo kami pumapasok in terms of our care in responding to the needs in terms of preserving our families. So, etong curriculum, this curriculum is a response itself to the needs, emerging needs, and these challenges that we are encountering, that our families face. So, we also make possible, the problem is, actually, admittedly, ESP is only being taught twice a week. So they are only given 1 hour per meeting, and that's per a week. Patikim lang. And for elementary, it's only 30 minutes. So, yun ang problem namin, actually. Then we move on to the next slide. You will notice that to reinforce the teaching of ESP and values education, we have this so-called the VAS or the values integration of subject areas. Somehow, we make it possible that these themes, itong mga lessons natin all about families, are integrated in the different subject areas. I've been observing classes as a supervisor, and usually talking with teachers to surface out talaga in terms of when we talk about families, the teacher should always be ready. Why? Because you have their standard what family is, and yet our students are experiencing they are having these different contexts and realities in family life. Okay, it's very challenging, and the teacher should always be ready. In the next slide, much as I want to share, and I'm limited yung time, so also complementary to the curriculum, we also have this homeroom guidance implementation. How often? That's only 1 hour per week. And what is the coverage of that? Homeroom guidance, we have academics. That's the objective of homeroom guidance. It's a comprehensive and developmental and proactive program designed to equip our learners with life skills on 3 domains. And what are these 3 domains? First is academic development. Second is personal and social development. And the third is career development. Why academic development? We have these non-performing students and pupils who are the dropouts. So that program is responsive to them, to those who are mentally challenged. Then why personal and social development? We are very much aware of these challenges that our students face. Diba? Bullying, what else? Unhealthy sexual behavior, teenage pregnancies, drug addiction to gadgets, what else? They have this depression, so marami po sila talagang problems na pinagdadaanan. So that's very responsive. And these things are not somehow hindi siya na-address in the ordinary classroom instruction. So that's a very big help. Taking them back to their homes, yung homeroom guidance program. The last is career development. So we are all aware as parents, we have experience. It's so hard to coach our kids in terms of choosing their career. I experienced that as a mother. So yun po. Thankfully, we have this career guidance program in the public schools, wherein there are so many materials given. Mayroon tayong materials na which our teachers use. For siguro for 2 months, they make use of, they administer the modules to process kung ano man ang preferences, explore yung mga interests of our students. So, yan po ang scope ng Career Guidance Program. Career Guidance Orientation, career guidance materials, we have them, career consultation and counseling, and curriculum exit tracking system. Siguro some of here are parents have experienced being invited in the schools of your students, wherein you were also given orientation, exposing you also into the different possible career options or schools or exits or tracks of your kids. Okay, so we have that along career. Aside from that, we also have this child protection policy. Aside from the curriculum, name it all, that we have it all, even the protection of children, because as second parents, we have that to ensure that they are safe while they are in school. So we have this DepEd Order 40 Series of 2012 as our guiding order. Schools have organized their child protection policy to ensure that there is zero case of abuse in the schools. Pero we, most especially during the pandemic, it's heartbreaking to know that there's still cases of these things. So in order to respond to that particular concern, we are intensifying our capacity building to the teachers. And of course, along instruction, you can see there, yung mga bata po, tinuturuan sila kung paano sila maging safe to the personal safety lessons. And then yung mga parents also, they are involved in the advocacies on child protection. So, sana these parents have attended, hopefully naka-attend na kayo po ito sa mga schools of your children. Then next is, we also have yung CAR. What about the CAR, CICL? We cannot deny that we have these children at risk students in the schools. So what do we do? That's the time. Andiyan naman po papasok yung guidance program. We only have very few that RGCs can counseling. We only have 4 RGCs in the division. So sila lang yung pwedeng ibigay ng counseling. That's the concern. That's why I'm very thankful for this opportunity, because we can also verbalize our partnership, give for partnership with other agencies. For these students who are CICL, pagdating na po kasi sa referral, kulang tayo of this health personnel to handle our students. Most especially yung mga CAR, or if you have these abused children, we really need people where we can also refer our students. Okay? So, CL, how do we respond as an agency? We have this what we call ADM modules. If there are teenage pregnancies happening, so we would like to ensure that they can still be reintegrated in the formal school, in the school system. So we have these different modes of delivery modes in terms of instruction. May mga modules kung pwede ibigay. So we have these different approaches. Okay? Then, next is, that's guidelines on we also have our mental health program. It has been an experience that, most especially during the pandemic, with social isolation, kahit bumalik na po yung face-to-face na, there are still students who are still encountering this depression. So, how do we assist them? Yung DepEd po, we have our program for that. We have conducted psychosocial support services to our teachers and to the students, psycho-first aid. For those, like for example, during the Ramayan eruption, yung mga na-dislocate na mga families, even in their evacuation centers, psycho-first aid activities were given to them by our nurses. So we help together. It's not only the curriculum implementation division, but the SGOD, yung aming isang division, is also assisting us. Okay? Next is projects. We have this, helping together in the division, maximizing this, all the sections, we have come up with these projects for the division. We don't stop. And ito po, may halaga ako youth caravan. Alarmed by this concerns about depression. We have launched this may halaga ako youth caravan, visiting different schools in order to strengthen resilience in students and also to strengthen, to heighten yung self-worth nila as students. And along with that is also our schools and to make them know that there is a guidance people who can assist them. Okay, anytime. Siguro yun po ang pwede na natin. We have here our parents that we should always take this thing seriously. If there are manifestations that our students or our children are showing this may mga symptoms, behaviors, then that our parents should take also seriously. Okay. Next is our family day sa bahay ng SDO Albay. Starting off from the division, just with the simple activities, we were able to celebrate that. And also the family day activities in our schools will follow. Yan po, simple lang po siya. Parang it's just to strengthen the bond among the personnel. Simple activities like time titugang, affording doing an act of kindness to a client, tapos coffee talk, just enjoying the coffee break. They talk about their families, meet and greet, greetings from families because they cannot bring their families to the office. So virtually they can see their families, giving them heartwarming messages. So yan po yung wish jar, that's the wish jar for the family. Just cute and creative ideas without any cost. Okay, so we move on to the next po. So Filipino Values Month, we always celebrate that every November. Okay, so there's a need for us to really strengthen Filipino values of our students. Kaya we have also our project, most especially yung paggalang and pagsunod, which are captured doon sa project, which I would share to you later pa. Okay? Then family days are celebrated in schools. You are parents, you are experiencing this. Pero I guess there's a need for us to integrate content in this activity because sometimes it just ends there. It's merrymaking without any content at all. So that's to really come up with plans, meaningful plans to celebrate family day, to make it meaningful. Okay, so the nest during the pandemic has been moved by the wind of the COVID-19. So, yung curriculum, BCD, Bureau of Curriculum Division, again reviewed the competencies, what skills should be followed up in our learners, what should be merged, and so we have come up with this most essential learning competencies with special focus on yung literacy skills of our students. Now, this is very timely. This invitation is very timely because we are in the period of transition to the new curriculum, which under the new administration we have it's called Matatan, the education agenda. That's Matatan, Batang Makabata, Bansang Makabata, and Batang Makabansa. Okay. So, under that Matatan, we have 4 critical components, which you will see in the next slide. Okay, so we have it there, all about that's making the curriculum more relevant. Then for the next, We have there more about providing facilities and to ensure that these things that our students need are responded to. And then the next one po dyan is all about emphasizing yung resilience of our learners and well-being. And the last talks about partnership, strengthening partnership. Okay? Based on the shaping paper of Tamatatag, you have there the plan. It's still a work in progress, and so you can see there slight changes in the subjects to be offered. We focus on foundational skills. But definitely, this curriculum which will be introduced is in response to these concerns that we have noted, considering the development of values of our learners who are still with us, whom we take care of while in schools. Okay? So, ito po yung goal, yan po ang goal ng Good Manners and Right Conduct. Yeah. The Good Manners and Right Conduct Values Education subject aims to produce Filipino youth who decide with responsibility and accountability, act with right conduct, and the inclination to do good and live their daily lives with love for God, people, environment, country, and the world. Habitually mindful of the common. So yun po yung magiging goal ng subject under the Matatag education agenda. Okay? Ito po, never mind siguro showing the video because I think I have maximized my time. Pero this is an initiative of the Division of Albay launched last 2018. It's K po, it's K for okay, that's pagsunod, and po is, though they are millennials, they still use po, it's Pagano. We would like to emphasize that and develop that in our students. And we have identified, we have two character icons of our own, Yanox and Mayana. Yanox, they are icons of Galang and Pagsunod. Albayano, it comes from the word Albayano. We call that the millennial nickname is Yanox. And then Mayana comes from Maria Albayana, so we call her Mayana. They are brother and sister. So, character icons sila, and you can see in the next slide the objectives of the project to strengthen students' practice of values learned in the classroom. Kasi, yun po ang need actually in ESP. We cannot really follow them through their homes, how they actualize and practice these values. So what we can only do is to provide opportunities, if possible, if that can be observed in the school, mas maganda. That's why .K-POC has developed assessment its tasks where they can exhibit practicing values of honesty and other values. So yun po. Set a concrete character model for pupils to emulate. So we have their Yanox and Mayana. And then assist the teachers toward the utilization of a more creative, integrative way of teaching values. And yung last po is heighten yung commitment to the school personnel and stakeholders on their role to shape students' values. Yan po that's the very important objective. And that's why this is very good, this venue is very good because during the launching of that, we also invited people from the different groups, representing different groups also. So, talagang we really need one another in order to make that possible. Okay? So, next is as offshoots of the project, K-POC, you have that in school. This project done in the school, so you have there yung honesty store, and this good vibes, all good behavior done by students or done by students are captured, and we really appreciate that, and we heighten yung goodness of our students. Yan po, yung mga we are happy to share that with you, okay? So next po, yan. That's during the launching at Ayala Malls. Wala yung kabataan may pagpapahalaga. I end it by quoting this from Mother Teresa. I can do things you cannot. You can do things I cannot do together things. In that end, we have that as advocacy and education curriculum and other support programs. But there are a lot that can be done if we merge our efforts together. So thank you very much po, and
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Judith. Nasubog mula sa SDO Albay. Habang nagsasalita si Ma'am, talagang bumalik sa aking isipan yung kasabihan na madali maging tao, pero mahirap talaga magpakatao. Pero yung magiging mabuting tao, nagsisimula talaga sa bawat pamilya at sa ating mga pamilya. Kailan po kayo? Kay pa kayo? Kay po, di ba? O mga Yanox at Yana, nakinig pa kayo sa ating speaker. So mula sa DOJ, napadpad tayo sa DSWT, dumaan tayo sa DepEd, at ngayon, diretso na tayo sa Philippine Army. Okay? Makakasama natin si Captain Spares. Yun. Sige, Captain.
Isang malaya po at pinagpalang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Pahintulutan niyo po akong gamitin ang ating pambansang wika habang ako po ay nagsasalita sa inyong harapan para mas maintindihan palalo ng ating mga nanay na nandito po. Sa ating unang tatlong naging speakers, salamat po, na-inspire niyo po kami. Sa organizer, maraming salamat po sa pribilehiyo po na maimbitihan po ang hukbong katihan. Sa ngalan po ng aking butihing battalion commander na si Teniente Colonel Jenny B. Idanyas, ako po si Kapitan Michelle Estares, isang natibong Bicol galing po sa probinsya ng Sorsogon. 30 taong gulang, 10 taon sa serbisyo at naninilbihan sa ating bayan, sa iisang bayang Pilipinas. Yaman din po pinag-uusapan natin ngayon at pinagdiriwag po ang linggo para sa pamilya. Ako po ay sa edad na 18 taong gulang ay nagtapos po ng kolehiyo sa pamantasan ng Bicol. After 2 days, nanumpa na po ako upang maging isang ganap na opisyal na pagbubukan. So, at 19 years old po, isa na po akong ganap na tenyente ng Philippine Army. Naiinggit po kami sa isang pamilya na pinagdiriwang po nila ang family day. Sa totoo lamang po, ako po ay isang ina sa bahay. At sa katotohanan po, siguro okay na ang 3 beses na magsama-sama kami ng buong pamilya. Dahil po sa tungkulin sa bayan, nalibot ko na po ang Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, para po panilbihan po ang ating mga kababayan at mamamayang Pilipino. Na-encounter, nasugatan sa ambush, subalit patuloy pa rin po na tumatayo at tumataguyod para po sa ating pamilya. Ako po ay katulad po sa isang kwento na napipakinggan ko kanina. Isa po akong ina at ang anak ko po ay meron pong karamdaman, meron pong special needs. So, asawa ko po ay sa Mindanao, ako po ay sa Visayas, at ang anak ko po ay minsan iniiwan namin sa Luzon. So, sumisimbolo po sa amin ang bansang Pilipinas na kulay. So, sa murang edad po, naglibing na rin po ako ng anak. 5 months po ang aking tiyan noon, patuloy pa rin po ako na nagtatrabaho bilang isang gwardiya sibil dahil po sa pandemya na dinaranas po ng buong sambayan ng Pilipinas at ng buong mundo. Doon ko napagtanto na ikumpara po ang aking sarili para sa pamilya nga ba o para sa bayan. So kung sino man ang pipiliin ko, magugutom at kakailanganin din po ako ng mga kapwa ko Pilipino. Hindi po akma ang programa sana na presentasyon na ipapakita ko sa inyo dahil po nag-focus lang po yun sa internal na challenges. Sa loob pa lang po ng aming organisasyon, marami na po kaming pagsubok na naranasan. Andiyan po yung stress. Sinasabi po nila na malaki ang sahod ng sundalo. Pero po, 24 hours per 7, kami po ay naglilingkod. Hindi po kami pwedeng umuwi basta-basta. Napakapalad ko po at ngayon nandito na po ako sa Bicol. Sa loob po ng 10 taon, at least nandito na po ako sa atin. Pero po sa mga nanonood at kung sino man po ang may kapamilya ngayon na nasa kabilang dako pa po, hindi po natin sila masisisi. Kung meron pong pinaglalaban na maaring makasira o makadagdag pa po sa sigalot sa ating lipunan. Ang inyong kasundaluhan po ay bukas po para po sa gustong sumuko. Andito po ang DSWD. Maraming salamat po. Sila po ang unang naging katuwang namin sa lahat po ng aming mga surrenderers. Palakpakan po natin ang DSWD. Sa pamamagitan ng paghihiling namin ng mga bigas, mga dilata, marami pong napapakain, marami pong nabubusog na pamilya. Ang ating Department of Education na patuloy rin sa paglalathala ng kanilang kaalaman, kalinangan para po ang ating mga kabataan ay tunay na maging ganap na kapaki-pakinabang na bahagi ng ating lipunan. Sa murang sweldo po ninyo, maraming salamat po. Isa po ako sa sumasaludo sa mga guro at mga profesor. Kung hindi dahil sa inyo, wala po kami dito. Isang mataas at matalim po na sa ating mga kapwa-ahensya, trabahuin po natin ang problema at sigalot ng ating bansa. Solusyonan po natin. Huwag na po natin dagdagan. Hindi man po ako yung leader na makakapagpabago nitong Pilipinas, pero makakaasa po kayo na ang aming utak at ang aming puso, kasi po hinubog po kami ng pamilya. Kami na inyong kasundaluhan, kami na lang po ang nagtuturing na magkakapamilya. Ako po, meron po ako, marami po akong tao. Kami na lang po ang araw-araw, oras-oras na nakikita. Pagising sa umaga, pagmulat ng aming mga mata, pagpikit ng aming mga mata, namin nakikita. Nawawala na po sa amin. Through video call na lang po, through text na lang po ang kumustahan sa blood relationship na meron kami sa aming mga tunay na pamilya. Kaya po, napakaswerte namin ngayon. Mula kanina po, siksik-liglig na po ang kaalaman namin sa aming napakinggan mula po sa bawat salitang namumutawi sa kanilang mga labi mula sa ating mga speakers. Marami po kami natutunan. Sa may mga magulang po na may malakas ang loob, ipasok niyo po sa inyong or sa ating organisasyon sa hukbong kapihan ng inyong mga anak. Handa po ang aming himpilan na tanggapin ang inyong mga anak upang tumulong po sa amin na resolbahan po ang sigalot na meron tayo dito. Lalong-lalo na po ang Rehiyong Bicol. Sabi nga kanina ni Ma'am, yung taga-DOJ po, maganda po ang ating lugar. Marami din po ang napapawala ng nawawala sa landas. Kaya patuloy pa rin po kami na naghihikayat at sa tulong po ng mga programa ng DSWD po. Kaya ng election ban ngayon, Ma'am, no? Sila na halos po ang bumubuhay sa problema po ng ating Pilipinas. Sa pamamagitan po halos, hindi ko po alam kung natutulog pa po yung mga opisina na dinudulog po ng kapwa nating mamamayang Pilipino na mas kailangan ng tulong. Sila po yun. Mga bagong bayani na dapat kilalanin po ng sambayanan. Kung ipresento po yung presentation na ginawa ni Corporal Monghe, siguro mas na po ma-express ang ating mga audience at organizers. Kasi malalaman niyo po, hindi po kami nakaka-uwi. Palipat-lipat po kami ng lokasyon. Huwag niyo na po, sir, i-present. Baka mag-rebelde na lang po yung mga makakakita. Ay, ayoko na po magsundalo. Ang hirap na ng buhay. So, ina-adjust po, marahil ito po ang aming dinaranas. Saludo po ako sa aking mga kasamahan na patuloy po na tumutupad sa kanilang sinumpaang tungkulin. Higit sa lahat po, sa sambayan ng Pilipino na naniniwala pa din na ang gobyerno natin ay yun pa rin ang makakatulong sa atin. Huwag na po natin dagdagan ang problema ng Pilipinas. Muli po, isang malaya at pinagpalang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Malaman ang ating napakinggan mula kay Captain Aspares. So, narinig natin kanina yung pagbabantay ng seguridad at kapayapaan ng bawat pamilyang
yun ang kanilang sinisiguro kahit iwanan nila yung kanilang mga kani-kanyang pamilya. Kaya, bigyan natin ng masigawang palakpakan. Parang narinig siguro natin yung kwento, kapag yung mga men in uniform, itong kasundaluhan natin, kapulisan, ang talaga namang pamilya, yung pinag-utuloy na pinakasalan nila ay ang bansang Pilipinas. Okay, so, mula sa ating bisita from DOJ, at mula sa DSWD, DepEd, at Philippine Army, I hope marami po kayong takeaway mula sa ating apat na speaker. Nabigyan natin sila ng masigabong palakpakan. So, siguro nag-iisip kayo, no? Ano kaya ang pwede natin tanong sa kanila? Or anong gusto natin ilawin sa kanila? So, hinga muna tayo ng malalim. Medyo mabigat yung ating mga narinig na mga revelasyon. Ano ma'am? So, at this juncture, we will be having our question and answer portion. So, open forum na po ito, malayang tanungan at sagutan. So, kung kayo po ay may gustong linawin or itanong sa ating mga speaker, pwede po siguro natin isulat. Meron na. Okay. So, ma'am, meron po tayong tatlo o dalawang mikropo. Ayan, tatlo po. Tatlong mikropo na nandyan po sa inyo. So, kung ito po ay naka-address sa sino man po sa inyo, pwede nyo na lang po kunin ang mikropono. Paon na lang po. Okay? Parang seryoso na naman kayo. Bigyan natin sila ng heart thumbs up kung kumbinsido kayo sa napakinggan natin mula sa ating apat na speaker. Ayan. Pwede finger heart. Bigyan natin sila ng pagmamahal sa hapon ito. Ano? Kaya saludo po kayo sa inyo. Okay? Ito, unang tanong. Napakinggan natin ito mula kanina. So, what are the accomplishments of DSWD? Example, na nakalagay dito, results of PES and ERPAT. So, nakalagay po dito, what are the accomplishments of DSWD? So, results of BES at ERPAT. Ma'am Ida.
Okay, good afternoon po again. Maganda yung tanong ano yung mga accomplishments. Pero i-highlight ko lang din po kami sa DSWD again. We are more on the steering function. With the Mandanas Garcia ruling, ang direct implementer pagdating sa baba is ang LGU level. So we are here sa DSWD continuously provide technical assistance and resource augmentation sa ating mga local government units. So when it comes to PES or Parent Effectiveness Service, ang aming tinitrain ay mga child development workers. And alam niyo po ba, during iba-ibang lugar na po, actually across all region po, Bicol region kami nagpupunta. So we have already, actually kahapon lang, kakauwi lang namin ngayon galing sa Catanduanes. Dahil kami ay nag-PES sa ating mga CDWs sa San Andres, Catanduanes. So, during PES, ma-feel ninyo din, kami bibilang mga resource speaker, ma-feel namin yung sila mga CDWs, yung willingness din nila, and yung eagerness din nila to help the parents of the children na kanilang mga tinuturuan. Kasi yun nga, during the discussion, na-highlight talaga na family yung ating pinagtutungtungan. No? Kung ano yung pamilya mo, no? Maaaring ikaw, sila yung rason kung bakit sino ka ngayon. Diba? Lahat ng values na meron tayo, it all boils down from our family. So, when it comes to accomplishment of PES, marami na po tayong mga child development workers na na-train, no? And hopefully, mas dumami pa po sila. And sana, sa mga susunod na pagkakataon, hindi na lang po mga child development workers yung mag-request sa amin, or yung LGU, hindi na lang para sa mga child development workers. And we are hoping na sana, even yung sa mismong direct clientele. Pero kami po sa DSWD, as long as na-train namin sila, we are very much trusting din sa kanila. Alam namin na kaya-kaya din nila itong i-deliver sa kanilang sa magulang ng kanilang mga tinuturuang mga bata. So, ayun na pagdating sa ERPAT naman po, again, ang pinaka-implementer, direct implementer nito ang LGU. So, we are still here to provide yung aming family vocal. At siya po ay naglilibot din sa during mga meetings with ERPAD, no? Sa iba't ibang LGUs. Ang mga LGUs may mga iba't ibang LGUs may mga ERPAD po sila. Mga federated na mga fathers, no? Na pwedeng ginit na yung LGU as an advocates, no? Particularly implementing yung mga violence against women and children cases. So, ayun lamang po. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat, ma'am. Okay, para sabi kanina ni Ma'am Judith, coffee talk. Kaya dito po ako uupo para talagang feel na feel ko yung pagtatanong para ako nasa magandang buhay. Okay lang po ba? Kaya, hindi kayo, parang ang hirap yung pakitiin. Masyadong seryoso pag-usapang pamilya, no? Okay, ito, isa pong tanong to, pero pwede niyo po, kahit sino po sa inyo, siguro pwede kayo lahat kayo sumagot. Sabi po dito, how can we help young people understand the importance of each family member? How can we help young people understand the importance of each family member? Na paano raw po natin tutulungan ang ating kabataan ngayon, ano? Na ipaunawa sa kanila ang halaga ng bawat kasapi ng pamilya o bawat miyembro ng pamilya. Sino pa sa inyo gustong sumagot? Yes ma'am. Ito po. Ma'am, ito po. Try natin.
Question, simply stated, pero very talaga. Malalim talaga, di ba, as parents? Kasi
That's what we see. Yan ang nakikin natin sa ating mga kids this time. Yung parang empathy, it's so hard to develop. Kaya sa amin, in terms of DepEd, yun nga na-mention ko kanina yung mga skills. Yung kanina mga skills na na-mention ko dapat i-develop sa pagtuturo ng mga teachers. I'm speaking about from DepEd context. Yung dinidevelop namin yung pagninila, yung pagninila, yung reflection. Tapos yung pag-unawa sa kanila to the situational analysis, ano pa. Kasi parang nakikita ko din need na we train them to find their own time to also reflect. At ako personally, as a mother, siguro ako magtatanong sa mga parents na nandito, baka mas may maganda pa silang idea. Kasi, how do we really help them to make them feel how yung where there's sabi natin yung to empathize. Siguro ako magtatanong sa inyo, ako yung siguro parents. Kasi difficult na siya at this point in time. Pero sa DepEd, sa pagtuturo, yun po ang binibigyan namin ng attention. Yung development ng mga skills, ng pagninilay, reflection. Okay, so thank you very much, ma'am. May kami gusto kayo idagdag.
Good afternoon po. Personally, sa akin, bago po siguro i-ask sa school or sa church yung pagtuturo sa mga anak ko kung ano yung kahalagahan ng pamilya, siguro sisimulan ko siya sa loob ng tahanan. As much as possible, siguro hindi tayo mag-uuwi ng trabaho, pag-uwi sa bahay, yung few moments that we spend with our kids, eating together, playing together, even watching TV together. I think those little moments make up the most of the quality time that they will need to realize that they are valued in their own families. And so it will help them develop skills, develop perspective, and develop values that will help them cope up with the real world in time and they grow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Baka si Ma'am Tilda may gusto rin idagdag.
Hello po, good afternoon. Again, lahat naman tayo dito, kahit may iba pa dito siguro na walang pamilya, sariling pamilya. But I know we all have our own families, no? Inaano ko lang, nung nagpa-flashback ako ng mga best trainings namin, ang dami nilang mga sharings, no? Kasi sila ay mga magulang, usually babae, mga nanay din. So, ang lagi namin, ang una namin sinasabi is that, tingnan natin bilang parents, ano din ba yung values na meron tayo? Kasi, karamihan din ng mga, usually kung titingnan natin yung mga CAR and CICLs na meron tayo, yung mga cases natin ng mga children na nakapag-commit ng offenses, no? Kung titingnan natin yung mga pamilya nila, karamihan din ay mga mayroong dysfunctional families. So, makikita natin na siguro mostly ng mga social problems and issues na meron tayo will really boils down kung ano ba yung pamilyang pinanggalingan natin, no? So, bilang parents, siguro tingnan muna natin yung values natin, ano yung pagtingin natin sa ating mga sarili, mag-self-reflect din tayo. Are we teaching ba values na talagang nararapat na madadala ng ating mga anak in the future at kapag sila na rin ay nagkaroon ng sarili nilang mga pamilya. So, yun lang.
So, pakinggan din natin ang ating kasama mula sa Philippine Army. Ma'am? Sige po. Baka may gusto rin kayo itagdag. Oo, yung tanong po natin, how can we help young people understand the importance of each family member?
Ang gaganda po ng sagot po. Malaking prosecutor, hanggang kay Madam. Sa akin naman po, parang wala din akong credibility. Kasi nga po, yun nga po, very limited lang yung time. So, yung para sa amin, sa case po natin, na malayo po kami sa aming pamilya, talagang sinusulit po namin yung oras at ikinikintal namin sa loob ng aming tahanan, yung pagmamahal at yung respeto po na meron po ang buong pamilya, sa buong miyembro ng pamilya at hindi lang po, sinasaklaw na rin po ang buong environment at komunidad na ituloy din po natin para hindi po magkaroon po ng parang yung bata ba lalaki po na maging mabuting tao, hindi lang maging mabait, mabuting tao, maka-Diyos, i-ano niyo po yun sa isip niya. Kinikinta na po natin sa loob ng tahanan po, papunta sa labas po ng komunidad po.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Yan po ang unang, Yes?
May mag-share from the
may gusto po mag-share sa atin. Meron tayong kasama dito mula sa audience po natin. Gusto rin po mag-share. So, bigyan natin ng masigabang palakpakan si Ma'am. Ma'am, Mrs. Morgan.
Yes, po. Okay. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Ako po ay may 6 na anak. Isang babae at 5 lalaki. Sa 5 lalaki yan, meron din po akong nagka-problema sa mga anak ko. Pero na-overcome po na-overcome namin ng mag-asawa yung problema. Nagpapasalamat po ako na naging member ako ng simbahan ito, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Kasi po, every Sunday, may Sunday school po, separate ang mga matatanda, separate din ang mga bata. Doon po sa mga bata, levels po yan sa mga ages nila. Tinuturuan sila na maging mabubuting anak. At saka, sa pamilya, sa bawat isa pamilya, meron po kami tinatawag na family hope evening every Monday. Nung maliliit pa po ang mga bata, mga anak ko, nagkakaroon po ka ng family hope evening. Doon po, pinag-uusapan namin kung ano ang problema ng aming mga anak. So, iniisa-isa namin yun, pati nung mga parents ko. Iniisa-isa kami kung ano ang problema ng bawat isa sa amin. Doon po sa araw na yun, nasolve pa ang problema. Kaya, at saka nagpapasalamat din po ako, yung 5 anak ko, nagkapag full-time missionary. Yun po ang aking ma-share sa inyo. Salamat po.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Mrs. Gorga, sa personal na patunay kung paano natin matutulungan yung mga anak natin na maunawaan nila ang halaga ng bawat miyembro ng pamilya. Si tatay, si nanay, si ate, si kuya, si bunso. Lahat mahalaga. Kung minsan kasi may extension din ito. Si lola at si lolo, kasama pa sa bahay. Pati yung alaga. Minsan itinutulong na rin. So tunay nga na it takes a village to raise a child, di po ba? So hindi lang talaga sa pamilya na makita kanila binanggit ni Ma'am Orga yung simbahan na isa sa mahalagang factor o sali para maipaunawa niya sa kanyang mga anak. Ang halaga ng isang pamilya. So ito po, and another question po ito para sa inyong 4 ulit. Paano nyo itinuturing ang pamilya bilang isang unit ng suporta sa mga panahong may mga pagsubok o krisis? Ayun ano? Paano nyo itinuturing ang pamilya bilang isang unit ng suporta sa mga panahong may mga pagsubok o krisis? Ganda ng tanong, ang Miss Universe ito. Okay. So, ayan, si Ma'am. Sige po, Ma'am. Ma'am, Captain.
Salamat po sa tanong. Simple lang po, ang ating pamilya po, mapa-crisis man yan or at is tayo, sila po yung talagang kinakapitan natin at sila po yung inspirasyon po natin. Lagi po natin ikintan yan sa ating mga isipan. Dahil po sa ating pamilya po at sa Diyos, din po yung sumisentro po sa buhay ng bawat isa po sa atin. Yun lang po.
Okay, maraming salamat. Captain Michelle Escares. Ha? May gusto po kayo itagdag?
Ako solo parent din ako, and during that time, pandemic time, grabe yung problem din. As a mother, also doing my work, balancing time with my kids. Ang kinapitan ko talaga is prayer. Kasi the more na busy ka, sa mga busy ako sa school, mas dumadagdag pa yung stress, mga problems, overlapping na may mga concerns. The more that I find time na we pray together. So, that's also powerful. So, yun po yung success.
Okay, maraming salamat. Ma'am, may gusto ko kayo itagdag? Oh, okay na yan. Wala na. So, nabanggit natin yung last line ni Ma'am Judith, prayer. So, parang babalik natin yung tagline ng isang station, TV station, Di ba may programa sa inyo? The family that prays together stays together. Okay? So, meron tayong isang tanong ako dito nakita. So, ito eksklusibo talaga to para sa ating speaker mula sa DSWD. Ito, medyo mahaba-haba ito. Okay. 2014, nakasama na po sila sa listahan ng mga qualified beneficiaries ng 4Ps. Kaya lang, that time, nasa Manila sila at may sakit. Kaya di na nakaasikaso ng mga requirements nila. Ngayon ay nakabalik na sila sa barangay. So, siguro nakabalik na sa Bicol. And until now, di pa rin sila beneficiary ng 4Ps. May chance pa po ba sila na maging beneficiary? Ang naka-address po sa inyo, DSWD. Okay, ma'am? Ito po yung microphone. Ganda lang sa diba? May chance pa po ba kami na mapabilang dito sa programa na 4Ps? Patawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program.
Opo. Siyempre, sa mga programa at serbisyo, meron niyang mga eligibility requirements. Ano po? So, ako po in particular, ay hindi po ako from 4Ps program. But, kasi pagdating sa Pamilyang Pilipino Program, yun sa mga eligibility requirement, ay dapat based sa listahanan data, ikaw po ay kabilang sa poor or non-poor families, no? So, ay isa po yun sa mga tinitignan. However, I can cannot elaborate here po kung ano lahat yung requirements, but kung gusto nyo po magtanong kung may possibilities, kasi syempre hindi ko din naman masagot, kasi yun lang yung information na meron tayo. So syempre i-assess din po yan ng ating mga social workers, so titingnan po kung sila ay eligible pa. But for you to be able to know kung kayo po ay eligible to still be a member under Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, meron po tayo na mga social workers or meron po tayo ng mga municipal links or city links na naka-assign sa ating mga LGUs. Pwede po kayo direkta na pong dumulog po doon at para mas masagot yung inyo pong katanungan base po sa eksaktong detalye na meron po kayo. No po, para at least malinaw at galing mismo sa staff ng Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. So ayun lamang po. Thank you very much.
So I hope nasagutan po yung tanong ng ating mga parents. Dapat kabilang sa listahan at may mga requisito or requirements din para makabilang sa Forbis. So, tulad kanina na-mention niyo yung tungkol sa tupad. Tupad. Diba, alam niyo yung programa, yung mga nakasuot ng kulay berde, no? Tupad yun. So, meron din yung requisito doon, requirements para makasama sa tupad. Kanina kasi sa klase ko, may nagpa-excuse. May isang estudyante na, ma'am, ako po ay dapat personal na mag-appear doon para daw makasama siya sa programa sa tupad. So, in-excuse ko kasi kailangan ang dami din natin estudyante na talagang in-need or talagang kailangan. Hindi lang talaga kailangan. Talagang dapat talagang tulungan din ang ating gobyerno. Okay? So, ito po, may isa pang tanong. Naka-address naman po ito kay Ma'am Judith. Natutugunan ba ng DepEd ang mga emotional and career problems of the students considering the workload of the students? Oo. Natutugunan ba ng DepEd ang mga emotional and career problems of the students considering the workload of the students, siguro of the teachers, workload of the teachers and students, kasi halos pareho ang dami-daming workload. Ma'am, ayan na po pala. Ito po.
Admittedly, kanina po na-mention ko yung need for, doon muna tayo sa part ng mga teachers. Totoo po yun na nakarami ng workload ng teachers. Pero, sinasabi ko talaga, missionary work. Kasi if they would be considering that particular, yung guidance work, if they would be considering that part of their work pa talaga as a teacher, it would appear as a burden to them. Pero sa mga guidance people, I always emphasize that you're earning heavenly credit for that. So you take it as a mission and as a calling, then you will not quit. So, sa tingin ko, there are teachers, I'm very thankful na mayroon pa rin tayong striving, though they are overloaded. Ang tawag natin sa ibang mga guidance people natin sa schools are man or women of many uniforms. Because they have so many assignments, but yet they can survive. They find time really to still assist their students. Ngayon, yung doon naman, mas interested po ako doon sa mga students. Because that is really, really observe that. Pero as educators, maraming project, di po ba? Sabay-sabay ginagamit yung assignments, sabay-sabay pinapagawa mga projects. Ang pinopromote namin dyan sa mga teachers para ma-avoid po yan yung tinatawag natin integrative assessment. Na kung saan, instead na gagawa sila ng iba-ibang project for the different learning areas. Ang ipapagawa ng teacher is one project only, pero na pumapasok na doon yung iba-ibang learning areas para mas madali sa kanila. So, depende po yan. Depende po yan sa experience ng ating mga students. Pero, in terms of sa side ng teacher at sa side ng students, yun po ang ipag-promote namin na concept. So, thank you po.
Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Ito po, may tanong pa dito. To DSWD representative, we can see at the city those children and parents that were roaming around. Ano to? hugging sometimes, logging sometimes, they carry their small children with them. How can the DSWD help their families? They called banjaos. They are called banjaos. Sa ngayon, andito sila sa Legazpi, ang dami nila dun sa may puro. Pagkahapon na, mga 4, 5, may tumutugtog na dun. So, ano po ang pwedeng action dito or tulong na pwedeng gawin ng DSWD?
Yes po. Thank you for that question po. Is para maging kalinawan na din po ito sa lahat. So, ang DSWD, we have what they call the Social Technology Project na ngayon ay under na siya ng mga Protective Services Division na din, dati from Social Technology Unit. So, we have what they call the COMPRE program. So, itong COMPRE program ay para po ito sa mga street children and street family, children and families in street situations, including the Sama Banjao. And one of the replicating LGUs, kasi isa din ito, gaya ng Yakap Bayan program kanina na sinabi ko, nire-replicate ito ng mga LGUs for them to implement this directly to their local government units. So itong COMPRE program currently ay ini-implement at nire-replicate na po ito ng local ng Legazpi City, LGU ng Legazpi. So, since may mga developed programs na kami at kaibigan po itong COMPRE program din, kung may mga makita po kayo ng mga bata o pamilya tulad nito sa streets, no, you can directly po tumungo sa ating LGU Legazpi to report this po sa kanila. Para po ma-reach out din po nila at mabigyan din po ng naaangkop na action yung mga ganitong cases. So ayun naman po. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat po. Ito po, para po sa inyong lahat, what are the programs that government agencies have some collaboration when it comes to the family? What are the programs that government agencies have some collaboration when it comes to the family? Sino po ang pwede naman masasagot sa tanong? What are the programs that government agencies have some collaboration when it comes to the family?
Parang na-overlook. Thank you so much for sa nagtanong. Miss natin to. Pero sa whole of nation approach, hindi lang naman kasi doon tayo po focus sa anti-terrorism laws and surgency na problema na left behind natin ang problema ng pamilyang Pilipino. Sino po pwede sulatan dito? Si DSWD po kasi ang expert sa sa pamilyang Pilipino.
Pagdating naman sa programs and services, I believe lahat naman po tayo mayroong mga kanya-kanyang programs and services. And marami din po kaming mga programs and services sa government. Talaga namang collaborative and ang approach na po ngayon is whole of nation approach. Just like the EO70, di ba po? Lahat ng interagency ay kasama. Kabilang din kami katulong din kami ng AFP at ng iba pang mga agencies. Gaya naman with the DOJ, nakakasama din namin sila pagdating sa program para sa mga traffic victims. No? We have the RRPTP para yun po sa mga traffic victims. And pagdating naman sa like people living with HIV, kasama naman din namin dyan ang DOH, ka-partner din namin dyan. And I believe madami pa po like DepEd din, marami din silang mga programs and same with the DOH. So yun lang ako. Thank you.
I think instead of looking at the agency programs as isolated programs of each agency, I think unknown to many, we have lots of interagency committees in Bicol. We have interagency committee on illegal fishing. We also have on child labor. We also have on graffiti. Maraming interagency even sa health during the COVID. We also have this interagency committee on COVID-19. So I think dito pa lang sa mga interagency committees na to, we do not see only 2, 3, 4, or 5 agencies working together. We see almost all agencies in Bicol region working together. So doon pa lang, ma-reflect na doon yung programs of each agency being interrelated, collaborated, connected, and even integrated into each other. And ultimately, it will all boil down to the values being inculcated in every family. Why? For example, in Interagency Committee on COVID-19, sino yung pinaka-affected dyan? Di ba yung mga families who do not have sufficient means to sustain themselves during that time that they are in community quarantine? Let's say, for example naman, Interagency Committee Against Illegal Fishing. Do you know that the root cause of those illegal fishers, the main motive for them to engage in illegal fishing is family, to provide for their families. So dito pala makikita na po natin na at the heart of every effort of each interagency committee is the drive to make or to improve the lives of our families. Thank you.
In terms of, I will just focus on sa family siguro po. Thank you for that, attorney. Pero, very obviously, program na nakikita ngayon na may naha-harmonize talaga yung effort. Kasi ordinarily, yun nga, sinabi natin from different agencies, sometimes isolated yung activity for family day and for family welfare. Pero ito lang ang nakita ko talaga in terms of family, interagency, na naka-interlink. Kasi while I was preparing my session, yung naisip ko, I was looking at, ito ang role we are handling the students. And when they go home, someone should take care of, who would be taking care of their parents. May conflict ng values, kung sino naman. Pero I'm very thankful for this opportunity. Ito lang, sorry attorney, ito lang talaga kong parang taken as a family, as a whole, na parang inter-age effort. So thank you.
Hello po again. Rejoinder lamang kasi pagdating actually dito po sa Bicol Region, to share with you all, napakalakas ng interagency collaborations natin. In reality speaking, pagdating po sa mga interagency meetings na nabanggit ni Ma'am kanina, halimbawa Interagency Committee Against Illegal Drugs, meron tayong yung RSC, WC, or Regional Subcommittee for the Welfare of Children, and same with the RJJWC. So madami po, every meetings, present lahat ng mga ahensya dyan to discuss the issues, particularly on children, sa amin kasi ako ay children po. So nakikita ko po very much visible na doon nadi-discuss kung ano yung mga issues and challenges pertaining to children. And present even lahat ng may mga NGO representatives pa po tayo doon. Kaya masasabi ko po talaga ang interagency collaborations natin ay very much talaga intact din po. And like last Women's Month, nagkaroon tayo ng activities sa Gaisano na kasama ang interagency. Lahat po may mga kaparte doon. And this coming Children's Month, we already did plan na din kung ano yung mga interagency activities naman. So, ang effort talaga ay interagency, lahat kasama. So, yun lang po.
So, maraming salamat. Bigyan palakpakan ng ating mga speakers. Bago natin sabay-sabay na kainin ang merienda natin sa hapon, ito bilang isang pamilya. Eto na lang, dahil wala na pong tanong, pero gusto ko pumilit sa ating mga bisita. So, parang ito ay sa magandang buhay. Ano ba ang maipapayo nyo sa panahon ngayon na maraming hamon sa bawat pamilyang Pilipino? So sa hapon ito, bigyan natin ng inspirasyon ang bawat pamilyang Bicolano, Albayano at Pilipino. Yan man lang po ang ating maiiwan natin sa kanila, lalo na sa ating audience ngayon at at syempre sa mga nakaabang sa ating live streaming ngayong hapon. Okay. Parang pang Miss Universe pa ang aking tanong. Ano ba ang gusto niyong ibigay na inspirasyon or at least payo or parting words kumbaga para sa ating audience po sa ngayong hapon, di ba? Okay? So, sino magsisimula po sa atin? Okay, ma'am? Ma'am from Philippine Army. Captain
Stanas po.
Okay.
Ang aking lang po may papayo po sa bawat pamilyang Pilipino, sundin lang po natin yung mga alituntunin ng ating batas. Maging makatao, makabansa, may paggalang sa magdang, at maging mabuting inspirasyon sa bawat kapwa-tao. Yun lang po para sa akin. Muli ko
Maraming salamat. Saludo po kami sa inyo. Captain Michelle Estares ng Philippine Army. Okay, so sa puntong ito, pakinggan naman natin si Ma'am Judith Restubo, Education Program Supervisor for Values Education, Albay Division.
Pa-processing pa sana ako. Anyway, kasi we have seen, nakita natin ang difficulty ng mga teachers natin in terms of value formation of our students. And we really admit na we need the support of everyone. Sabi nga ni Ma'am, it takes a village to raise a child. So, doon pa rin tayo sa partnership talaga, ang pinaka-effective talaga. Kasi there are times when may mga issues na, why does my child behave like this? Wala bang itinuro? Hindi ba nag-CHMRC? Dili pa yung depot that the family is the seedbed of virtues. Tapos i-strengthen na lang ng environment. So, very effective po magtulungan yung lahat ng community, parents, yung government, para mas lalo natin mapaganda at for us to achieve yung sabi natin, mga kabataan na kapagpapasya at kumikilos ng mapanagutan tungo sa kabutihang tanlahat. So, yun po.
Maraming salamat. Siguro para kay Ma'am Judith Restubo. Si Ma'am Ida Lorraine M. Pereira, Protection Services Division ng DSWD.
Ayun po, for parting words na po. So, again, as a children focal, babalik lang po ako doon sa, let us all, bilang pamilya, let us all go back to our values. Tingnan natin ano yung mga values na meron sa family. And syempre, for the parents, sana, i-value natin, alamin natin yung mga karapatan ng mga bata. Patuloy tayo na mag-provide for their needs, ibigay yung kanilang mga karapatan. And bilang magulang, kasi sa atin, naniniwala ako na bilang ang mga bata kasi para silang tabula rasa nga, di ba, ika nga, clean slate. So tayo yung values na dadalhin nila sa kanilang pagtanda. So let us all be mindful of what we say, what we do. Kasi sabi, ang mga bata ay mas magaling mag-imitate kesa sa listener. So practice what we preach. So ayun na lang po siguro. And happy family day, happy family week po sa ating lahat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Ida. Ito naman po ang ating speaker mula sa Department of Justice, Attorney Janet S. Alvarez.
Feeling ko po, wala akong karapatang magbigay ng payo bilang maliliit pa yung mga anak ko. Sa kanila, nakikita ko kasi, kung ano nakikita nila sa parents, yun yung ginagawa nila. Yun yung pinaniniwalaan nilang tama. Yun yung gagayahin nila. So I think all these values, education in school, in the church, in the community, they will all go to waste if they do not see the same set of values at home. Pag hindi po siguro nakikita sa mga parents, sa mga elders na nakatira kasama sa bahay, siguro they will not realize that these lessons are those lessons that they need in life. So, feeling ko nga po, wala akong karapatang magsabi, pero I think we can be, and we should be good examples, not only to our children, but sa lahat po ng kabataan natin. Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat, Attorney. Sa pakinggan natin yung ating apat na speakers. Again, Bigyan natin sila ng finger heart. O ano pa? Smiley or thumbs up? Ano ang thumbs up? At masigabong palakpakan, of course. Para sa ating mga speakers ngayong hapon. Maraming salamat sa ating mga video audience. Gusto ko ang inyong partisipasyon sa hapon ito. Okay, at this point, we will be awarding the Certificate of Commendation. So, tatawagin ko po ang aming former Vice President for Academic Affairs, Ma'am Ami Dorosan. Aming minamahal si Ma'am Ami Dorosan. Para igawad po ang sertipiko. At saka, anayahan din po natin ang ating State President, Sir Rodrigo Dorosan, and Sir Honorato Sarto, and Sir Rodel Francisco. So, okay. So, may I read the text? Sige po. Legazpi Philippine State, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Marquez Street, Legazpi City, awards this Certificate of Appreciation and Recognition to Attorney Janet S. Alvarez-Goy, Assistant Regional Prosecutor, in grateful recognition for her valuable contribution, presence, and insights as panel discussant during the conduct of the Interfaith and Interagency Family Forum held on September 29, 2023 in celebration of the 31st National Family Week 2023 with the theme, Pamilyang Pilipino, Pagtugon sa Nagbabagong Pananaw at Panahon. Given this 29th day of September 2023 at Legazpi City. Signed, Honorato V. Sarto, First Councilor, State Presidency, Rodrigo Dorosan, President, State Presidency, and Rodel S. Francisco, Second Councilor, State Presidency. Okay, palapakan po natin ang ating speaker. Thank you very much, Attorney. And the same certificate is awarded to Ma'am Ida Lorraine M. Pereira. Another certificate is awarded to Ma'am Judith P. Restubo and Captain Michelle Estares. So maraming salamat po sa inyong oras, presensya at inspirasyon para maging matagumpay ang ating activity o programa para sa selebrasyon ng Pamilyang Pilipino sa taong ito. Okay, so, ayan. Okay, yes Ma'am Ami. So sa punto pong ito, bibigay ko pa ang mikropono sa ating minamahal na Dr. Ami Dorosan.
Thank you. Gusto po rin po namin ipaabot ang aming pag-appreciate at recognition by way of the Certificate of Appreciation and Recognition to Madam Maria Elena C. Ahoro, the Department Chair of the Humanities Department and the Program Advisor of the MA Guidance and Counseling, UCS. May request you to please come up. In grateful recognition for her valuable contribution, presence, and insights as facilitator and organizer in the conduct of the Interfaith and Interagency Family Forum held on September 29, 2023 in celebration of the 31st National Family Week 2023 with the theme, Pilipino Pagtugon sa Nagbabagong Pananaw at Panahon. Same certificate also to Maribel M. Nas, Program Advisor, BSL Values Education of the BU College of Education.
natin photo op. At this point, maraming salamat po sa muli sa ating mga minamahal na mga bisita. Tatlo pala sa inyo ay graduado ng Beacon University. So, tatak diwe. Tatak, kurado. Okay? So, sa punto-punto, anong susunod natin sa ating programa? At this point, naalala ko meron pala po tayong evaluation date para sa activity pong ito. Meron na. Pero, para dun sa naka-live stream na sa audience natin, pwede rin sila mag-evaluate. May link pong ibinigay si Sir Pam Cuento ng EU Extension Office, Buse Extension Office. So, to give us the closing remarks, may I call on President Rodrigo R. De Rosan, State President, Legazpi Philippine State. Sir?
I'd like to begin my remarks by expressing to you our gratitude in behalf of the State Presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We are grateful for your presence and for the things that transpired mula kaninang umaga hanggang ngayong hapon at sa aming mabutiling mga source speakers hanggang ngayong hapon at kaninang umaga. Isang bagay na tumatak. Isa sa mga bagay tumatak sa isip ko ngayon is yung tanong ng anak mo sa kanya, ano po ang buhay? At ang sabi mo, ang buhay ko ay ang aking pamilya. And so ganun din ang ating pamilya. Tayo, inaong kakaiman at buhay din nila. Very common kanina. Mga situations kami ng umaga. Iba-ibang circumstances ng kanilang mga pamilya. But all these challenges that they have faced, or we are facing right now, have given us a way to God. It has paved the way our path to God. In all circumstances, kanina rin nabanggit din ng ating mga resources speaker ngayon, what matters most is our relationship with God and our relationship with others in our family. Napakahalaga ang pamilya para sa atin. Sila na talaga ang buhay natin. Now in the church, may programa po dito sa simbahan, sa the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Ito ang tinatawag na Home Center Church-Supported Gospel Learning. Ito po yung pagtuturo sa ating pamilya, pagbabasa ng mga scriptures, ng mga banal na kasulatan, para mapag-aralan ng pagbulay-bulay at may tuturo natin sa ating mga anak. Naalala ko, nung maliliit pa yung mga anak kong letters translated, we started to begin to recognize letters and syllables. Ang ginagawa ko po noon, nagkakat ako ng yung mga karton ng mga toothpaste, sabon, at sinusulatan ko po ng mga syllables sa mga letters para ma-recognize nila. And they learn that way. At isa sa mga books na nababasa nila, mayroong pagkakas ko sa simbahan na tinatawag na scripture stories. May mga pictures and story about what's in the picture. Ito po ay mga stories sa Bible, sa Book of Mormon, na nabasa nila. And they learn it from them that way, sa murang edad. Sabi nga, if we will not teach our children, the world will teach our children ways of the world. No, my dear friends, this occasion, this event, is very timely at sa mga challenges at ibang pananaw, ng perspective ngayon patungkol sa pamilya. But I know that you are one with me, that there is always one you can turn to in times of the greatest challenges of our lives. It is our Heavenly Father and our Savior Jesus Christ and our family. May tanong kanina, paano ba mapapalagan, paano mapapil na mahalaga ang bawat miyembro ng pamilya? In the scripture, sabi ni Paul, ang buhay o tayo ay parte ng isang katawan. Hindi pwede masabi ng dahil nga ay ako lamang ang importante, o mata ako lamang ang importante, o kamay ako lamang ang importante, neither the head nor the tail. Bawat isa tayo, bawat isa sa pamilya ay mahalaga. Just remember, kung may house chores na gagawin at walang tutulong, nanay at nanay ang gagawa. Yung tinatawag natin na I learned this a week ago, ito yung invisible labor. Na hindi nakikita, yun na lang ginagawa. Galing sa trabaho yung nanay o galing sa trabaho yung tatay, etc. Sila pa rin gagawa. Kung yung mga anak o mag-anak, hindi magtutulong-tulong, mas mabigat ano po. But we find joy when we are helping together, we work together sa loob ng pamamahay. Now in the church, may isang leader na sabi, if you do better, if you do a little better than today, than yesterday, you are good enough. Ganun po ang level, ganun po ang buhay natin na mag-unlad tayo. Past is past, but we can learn the lessons from them. So, on this note, I'd like to remind each and every one of us to give in priority and foremost time for our families. Kanya-kanya unique ang ating mga anak, is iba-iba sa kanilang mga pag-ugali. We should deal with them individually. And huwag natin kalimutan na the help, heaven's help, is just a prayer away. Sabi ni Ma'am Judith, when we are doing these things, we are, para bang may pumapasok sa atin heavenly credit. Sana kung ATM yun, pag gumagawa tayo ng kabutihan, punong-puno ay yung account balance natin sa ATM natin, punong-puno pa na. So brothers and sisters, my dear friends, we as we do this part, our responsibility as parents, yan ang pinaka-importante para sa ating pamilya. Our family is heaven sent. We can make our home a bit of heaven here on earth. On this note, I'd like to express once again our partnership with Bicol University, DSWD, Philippine Army, DepEd, and the DOJ for this collaboration, and we're grateful for this program that we have. May this partnership be the start, or we will be able to forge a partnership that will go on in the next activities that we will have. Thank you very much in that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sir Rosan. Maraming salamat po. At salamat din po sa oportunidad na makasama namin kayo sa hapong ito para sa isang makabuluhang gawain sa araw o sa linggo ng pamilyang Pilipino. So, sabi kanina ni Sir, ang pamilya ang ating buhay. Ika nga ni, may isa akong nabasa, quote mula kay Michael Fox. Sabi niya po dito, family is not an important thing, it's everything. Sila ang ating buhay kung kaya tayo gumagalaw, humihinga at umuusad. Sabi nga ang pamilya ay isang importanteng bahagi ng ating lipunan. Dito nabubuo ang mga bagay na mahalaga sa atin, ang ating ambisyon at ang ating mga pangarap. Naway hindi maging hadlang ang bawat pamilya sa bawat pangarap ng bawat batang Pilipino at bawat batang Bicolano. Ang pamilya ang uhubog sa kanila para sila ay maging matatag sa pagharap sa mga hamon ng buhay. So sa punto pong ito, naway sabay-sabay natin sabihin ang mga linyang ito. Thank you for blessing me with a great family. Not a perfect one, but a great one. Sabay-sabay po natin sabihin, thank you for blessing me with a great family. Not a perfect one, but a great one. So, to formally end this activity, tapusin po natin ito sa pamagitan ng isang kasal. At aanyayahan ko po si Sir para to formally end this activity, may I call on Mr. Joshua M. Pangan, State Young Men President, Legazpo Philippine State, for the closing prayer. So, anyayahan po kayo na tumayo at sabay-sabay mo tayo manalangin.
Our Heavenly Father, as we gather gather here this afternoon and conclude this family forum with our partner faiths and agencies. We thank you for this opportunity that we were able to hear a lot of wonderful insights, experiences, and important topics that we should be hearing in order for us to strengthen our families. We also thank you for the presence of everyone and also for those who made this event possible. We thank you for the wonderful weather and for the spirit that we have felt during this time. Now, that as we conclude this family forum, we ask you to apply all the things that we have learned and that we would continue to spread the advocacy of each agency and each faith in strengthening families and relationships so that we may be able to strengthen our society. Heavenly Father, with all these things we have learned, please bless us to impart this in our lives. And all these things we humbly ask and pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. Maraming salamat, Madalos. So, tandaan natin, sa mga pagsubok ng buhay, ang pamilya ang kanibay. So, bawat nanay, bawat anak at bawat ama, ito magandang tula para sa ating paghihiwalay. Magpatuloy ka sana kahit minsan parang ang lumang bisikleta, na mabagal ang usad na palyado ang padyak. Sumikad ka pa rin o lumakad sapagkat sa buhay, hindi pa mo ilang beses kang huminto, kundi ang kwento ng hindi mo pagsuko. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat, sa inyong pagdalo at sa ating mga bisita. Masigabong palakpakan po sa bawat isa. Huwag natin susukuan ang ating mga pamilya, bawat pamilya. So, sumama po tayo para sa isang photo op kasama ang ating mga bisita. And of course, ang ating mga audience, imbitado po kayong sumabay sa ating photo opportunity. Maraming salamat. Church of Jesus Christ Saints, Bicol University Extension Management Division, BU College of Education, BU College of Social Sciences and Philosophy, Philippine Army, Department of Education, Department of